Christopher Lloyd, and I'm standing here in the studios of Sirius XM Satellite Radio. It's a weekly morning, approximately 6 a.m., and this is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Never before has one radio show been so extreme. So vulgar.
I'll fucking shove my face up a chick's ass in a second.
Someone said we curse a lot, do we? I have no idea if we do.
So flatulent.
Who just farted?
I did, but I didn't know it's time.
Like rotten eggs and sewage.
Oh, wow, thank you.
I can't believe that us sitting around like this is actually a radio show. It's not going to get any better than this.
Are we on the air? Oh, we are? Oh, okay.
Quite simply, the greatest show in the history of broadcasting.
O&A every day, that's what I say.
You guys having a good time or what?
Rules are destroyed, and conventions burn to the ground. Would you like to make some fucking circus? With Opie, the Destroyer.
I would eat Betty White's ass. She's 90, right?
It doesn't smell too bad.
Anthony, the Rage.
Holy fuck, how much more fair you want it? Tired of these people up my ass all the time trying to get me to help. Fuck you.
And Jim Norton, lover of the transgender.
Every time a transsexual walks in the room, party horn should go off. Like, surprise!
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Strap in, dicks. This one's gonna hurt.
Double guns, bitch.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Good morning.
There we go.
Man,
Another week.
another week.
Another week coming up. Bam. That was everyone's weekend. Lovely. Oh, boy.
Jesus. Wow. Music's really loud. How was everyone's weekend? It was spent in front of a TV,
Yeah, that shit's fucking...
feeling all sorts of emotions.
Yeah. That shit's fucking... Yeah.
That shit went down right after we went off the air. Or
Oh, you guys weren't on for that?
No.
Not really.
Oh.
And left early, and then I was fucking around with Joe DeRosa. It was just me and Joe at the end of the Friday show. And the whole thing went down around 9:30.
Yeah.
But I don't think it hit the. The old TV or the old AP until a little later than that. So we just missed out.
I was taping something for Amy Schumer's TV show
On Friday, right?
So I didn't hear anything until I got out of there.
Man, fuck. At first, you thought it was going to be, kind of a kid pretty much. At first, it sounded like kid goes into the school, kills his mom, kills himself.
Yeah, they didn't know what.
Because there was a little hope there that it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
And then, oh boy.
Here's how bad this was. And I was woken up in the afternoon by my manager. We were talking. And he goes, "Yeah, this is horrible." And I'm like, "What happened?" It was like 1:30 LA time before I found out.
Right.
And I was pre-taping something that night, which airs this Wednesday. And I was going to plug my CD, "No Baby for You," and it literally felt too weird to have anybody hold that up. Because it's a fucking baby carrier. It's about not getting a girl knocked up.
Oh, right.
But I didn't want to. It felt even fucking weird to reference children in any. And I never care about that. But that one just felt weird.
This one really hurts. This is like, I don't know. In all the years we've been broadcasting, this is like number 2 for me.
It's unfathomable that you could, imagine that happening.
Yeah.
It's so fucking...
Yeah.
That is so crazy. So fucking apart from anything you can even wrap your fucking mind around.
Right.
That somebody could actually do that.
Well, a lot of people were talking over the weekend and asking a lot of questions, and they're like, is this just as bad as 9/11? It's the second worst thing I could think of since we've been broadcasting together.
It's pretty bad.
And we've had a lot of shit go down over the years that we've had to kind of check ourselves and talk, seriously about. This one's rough, man.
It's what it is too. It's that thing where when things happen, like 9/11 and just other people being killed, you almost get this feeling like and we've talked about it. I bet there was some assholes in there,
Right.
But yeah, well, you know what?
Right.
There's nothing you can fucking say about kindergartners and first graders and shit like that.
Right.
That you can not just say that is complete innocence. There's no way, shape, or form these poor kids should have been in that situation whatsoever.
And the answer is simple. There is no answer. This one is extremely complicated,
Yup.
and everyone thinks they know best. Let's ban guns. There's so many moving parts of this whole fucking thing that I haven't heard one idiot on TV discuss.
There's not one solution to this thing. That's
there
for sure.
really isn't it. Mental illness drives me fucking insane.
It
has affected
that's kind
my
of a
life.
Funny thing to say.
But that's a great way to put it.
That is like that would make a good shirt.
Right. It makes you crazy as well. It has affected my fucking life, my family's life to no end. To no fucking end. And to see this shit, that's the main issue here. Mental fucking illness.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Enough already.
I think people have gotten to the point where they actually believe that we're so amazing as beings on this planet that we figured out through all these medications that you can just shove pills down these people's throats and they can just walk through society and be normal, productive members.
Right.
It's not true.
Of course not.
That isn't true. We haven't figured this out. And doctors and these fucking mental health care people, it's up to them to be able to not just go around and go, look at the great work we're doing.
Well,
this person's now out in the world.
Well, how about this? You got someone that's completely crazy, but they put him on a pill. Like, oh, look how much better he's doing.
Yeah.
And then that asshole decides to not take the pills
To not
anymore.
take it. And, yeah, now they're crazy. The mother, in this case,
Is a lunatic,
Is
by the way.
crazy,
When are they going to
was
start
crazy.
talking about how crazy this woman was?
crazy
Doomsday
she was.
prepper.
A doomsday prepper.
A doomsday prepper, because they're like, why would she have those guns in her house? Because she was prepping for the end.
And
She was
completely...
prepping for the zombies.
She was completely delusional about her kid. Like I've heard she knew that the kid was fucked up.
Yeah.
But to not have those weapons secured against her lunatic son is there's no excuse for that.
Right.
None.
But he's obviously there's something wrong with him mentally. So he's listening to this fucking psychotic cunt of a mother of
Right,
his.
right.
He's already worthless.
Right.
I'm tired of people saying, "Oh no, my friend's mentally." I've also had enough
Shut
of
up.
mental illness
Right.
affecting the rest of us. I'm
Yeah.
tired of it.
I am so tired of it. And then you get idiots on TV like, well, we got to recognize the mentally ill, so this doesn't happen again. I asked this question today. We all know, not ask, I'm just making a statement. We all know crazy people within our circle of friends and family.
Sure.
Okay, now what? Now what?
Yeah, what do you do
They
now?
told me on TV to recognize the mentally ill. I
You
got
better
a list of at least 6 or 7. Now what?
Yeah.
Do I go to the local precinct and say, all right, here's my list. Can you arrest these fucking idiots and put them in fucking an institution like we used to do?
Yeah.
Now what? We all know crazy people. Fuck! But you don't want to fucking commit them, right? We used to commit mentally crazy fucking lunatics.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't do that. They're
Now
human
you
beings.
can't.
Oh, you can't do that. That's just not.
It's not
the
politically
right way.
correct.
Right. So what did they do? They opened up the doors to all those fucking places. What year was that? When did that shit start going down? In the 80s?
I think it was the 80s into the 90s. They started mainstreaming these people.
Right. My mom is now old, so I don't feel like she could do any fucking damage anymore. But I have said this a few times in my fucking life, maybe on the radio, I'm not sure. When I was growing up, I did say it because it really bothered Jimmy one day. I was convinced my mom had the capability of killing us, okay? Wow. And if someone would have knocked on the fucking door and said, we're taking your mom away and we're putting her in an institution, I would have been beyond happy. In her prime of craziness, I would have been happy. I would have been able to sleep at night. I was convinced that she was capable of that.
They ruin everybody's lives around them. I literally can't wait until we can identify them in the womb and suck them out. They are fucking, I guys tweeted something similar. People are like, I'm mentally, I'm not talking about people that are a little off. You know what I'm talking about. The type of crazy I'm talking about are just fucking valueless. And I'm sick of it because they always come back and hurt the rest of us. They either snap and do shit like this, or their whole lives are built stalking people, or they have families that they fucking obsess over and destroy their lives. They're just worthless.
All you have to do is have a Twitter account to realize there's a lot of mentally ill people out there.
Yeah. But they're not so crazy that they're not afraid of getting like this kid was crazy.
Right.
But most of them know better and they don't want to get caught and they walk a certain line, so they're not that fucking crazy.
Right.
They're not that fucking nuts.
Oh, right. There's a lot of degrees of crazy, obviously.
This motherfucker.
But that's the
crazy.
That's the number one issue that is playing out here. This guy was fucking nuts. Fucking nuts.
And I honestly believe, and it's terrible, but this is the truth. I honestly believe there is no surefire way to prevent these things from happening. We live in an imperfect world where we're organic beings. We're not digital. There's no on-off switches. It will happen again. The best you could do is try to prevent it from happening again. And if it does, be prepared in a way that lessens the damage done.
Well,
but there's no people are talking like we have to figure out how to stop this.
We might, and I don't even believe this. We might be able to knock down the numbers a little bit. Maybe, but this will fucking happen again. Me and Ant were just talking before the show. Well, one reason why this will happen again is because of all the awesome coverage this gets. Awesome coverage.
Boy. You make a legend out of these people.
I mean, when we were growing up, when you were fucking nuts and you were miserable and you were depressed and you lived not in the light, as Patrice used to say, you would go in your fucking basement and you would hang yourself. A lot of hangings. A lot of hangings.
Back in the day.
Now you're like, fuck that. I could go out in a blaze of fucking glory. Look at the coverage I could have.
Be a somebody. Finally be a somebody.
Because that is the difference between. I mean, there was not as many guns in the 70s, but there was enough guns on the street where people could have been doing this more often.
Right.
It's the media coverage. You didn't have 24. You didn't make anti-heroes or heroes even, because they're heroes to the people that want to do it.
Right. Yeah.
Out of these shooters, and they know better.
Yeah.
And they still. The Drudge Report I love because they're very rarely wrong, but they have been like the worst offenders of all. On at least online stuff, it's like they're fucking, the goth killer.
Oh, I know. They give him
and
a
his
name.
face.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you guys doing? You know better.
Yeah. Because they're asking questions like, what is different? Well, I mean, 24-hour news certainly helps this shit along. But they'll all go up there and make believe, oh, we're just giving you the news.
Yeah.
As they throw a 3-year-old in front of their cameras.
Yeah, that was a little much right there.
What kind of teacher was? Who was it? It was shown on CNN, but they said it wasn't a CNN reporter who asked her, but of course they still showed it. Was some woman asking this little kid questions about, the little girl was describing the carnage inside the fucking
Jesus Christ.
building. And she was actually, I think it was a girl, she was describing it pretty matter-of-factly. She might have still been in shock.
Right.
Of course.
And the fucking lady goes, well, now were kids screaming for their mothers to come and get them?
Holy Jesus.
And it's like, I would like to take a wrench and knock this reporter's fucking...
Of course.
That's news?
Of course, because
you fucking vulture?
They don't even have enough confidence, these all news channels, all of them. They got to make sure it really fucking hurts, I guess. Trust me. We all get this. We all get it. Holy fuck. Maybe you could do that. Maybe you could do it with some other stories because you're not really sure where someone's head is at. But on this one, we all fucking get it.
Even if the kid is like very matter-of-factly answering these questions, you don't know what the reasoning is. The kid should be like debriefed by a fucking shrink or at least their parents before some reporter comes up and starts fucking asking them questions that you don't know if it's going to be damaging in the future to to approach a kid like that.
And then,
assholes.
I was watching all of them, so I'm not pointing, particular fingers. Somewhere around Saturday afternoon, they went with the somber music in and out.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah,
because that punches up the sadness a little
yeah,
more too,
you
right?
need that.
You really do need that because we need to be even sadder about it. Because they're not sure we're really hurting by this news and this story.
Fuck.
That Catherine Hubbard, 6. That's one of ours, an O&A listener.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What, the family?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he reached out to me yesterday. Catherine Hubbard. Yeah, fans of our fucking show.
How far into Connecticut?
A lot of fans of our show reached out saying I had a kid in that school. Yeah, a few that most of them okay. They got out of the school, but not Catherine Hubbard.
It's miserable.
That's the niece of that's the niece of a hardcore listener. Matter of fact,
you just can't even fucking imagine what the hell kind of lunatic it takes to look at those kids and do that.
And the thing is, when he shoots himself, there's like, at least with this dirtbag in Aurora, as much as he's hateable, you can look at him and think of driving it. There's a place to kind of mentally focus the fucking vitriol. There's nobody here because he's dead.
Yeah, which is almost. But you know what I would do? I would drag that asshole out of the courtroom in Aurora. He gets to go into the courtroom every 2 months or so. I would drag him out onto the street and go, guess what? We're taking it out of you. Sorry.
Yeah.
You did this as well. We're killing you today. What? Yeah, that's what we need to do. Sweeping changes. Drastic fucking changes. That's what we need to do.
And cover it differently.
They're not going to cover it differently.
No, they're not.
They're not, because if you decide to do the right thing, someone will pop up in your place. Because it's a weird thing, because as much as a lot of us get pissed off by the coverage, are we watching?
Yep.
We're all watching. We're all guilty.
It's like they have a disaster or some kind of a template that they use on these news stations.
Well,
they could just pop in a program and go, there's been a shooting. Let's use this as our thing, which is all the graphics, the music.
Well, you've seen that famous video, right, where they go through the whole thing?
The guy speaks about what not to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a video where they basically call out the media, on this shit. And they go, and then you talk to the victims, blah, blah, here, and then you sensationalize this. You've never seen that?
No.
Oh, my God. It's this guy, whoever came up with it is brilliant.
I'll have to check it out.
Maybe if you can find the video. It's actually worth playing today, and it works as an audio bit. I don't know the name or anything. Maybe someone can help me out.
I think I
saw it
tweeted
years
a link
ago.
to it.
Did you?
Yeah, it's the guy who goes, don't start the story with sirens blaring.
Right.
Is that he's like an FBI guy or a psychologist? And he says he's been telling the media for years about what not to do.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I wonder if it's the same one. I saw that you tweeted that, and I assumed it was the same video I saw a few years back.
But I did that, I bashed the media in a tweet, and then fucking 10 minutes later, I turned on the TV and I was seeking out coverage, and I'm like, you know what? I'm a part of it because I do want to know more.
There's a weird line there between the public wanting to know and you wanting to know, and how much is too much, and what's the right or wrong way to present it. Because if you present these things in the way that it should be presented to maybe prevent these things from happening in the future, from making these people anti-heroes, will people watch? Will they go to the next station where they are doing that, And you, as people, we kind of want to know what's going on. We want the gory details. I don't know why. People are fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And I know that, the gun issue, I know, Ant, you were on Twitter, and I know people are very passionate. And yeah, I do think that some guns are a part of it, but it's not. The ultimate problem is fucking mental illness.
Yeah.
That is the real, because even with guns, if you put enough guns, I'm not going to go shoot innocent children.
Right.
It's fucking mental illness and the way these fucking burdens are handled.
Well, a lot of people obviously screaming about the gun control.
The gun issue is huge now. That's the big issue right now because of this.
But let me just throw this at you. Fucking gun sales went up over the weekend. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
So shut up. People are like, gun control, and they probably ran and got their own fucking firearm this weekend.
Yep.
Everyone, went out and grabbed up more guns.
Gun sales went up over the weekend. That's the country we live in. Period.
It's amazing to try to argue something, and it's very difficult when emotions involved. And a lot of the anti-gun people are driven by emotion on this issue, when a lot of the pro-gun people are driven by, facts, figures, and statistics. Sorry, that's pretty much what I saw. What I'm advocating isn't the ability for these lunatics to get guns and shoot up schools. That's not me just saying we need our Second Right Amendment, and no matter how bad people get with it, we still have our right, so go fuck yourself. That isn't what I'm saying. My whole point is that these things will happen, and the only way that it's prevented or stopped when it is happening is for someone else to shoot the person that is shooting people. Once it's rolling, once it's going and in motion, you can talk about prevention all you want. But once it starts, the only thing that stops these people are other people with guns. That's it.
But with that said, a lot of people are saying, well, we got to arm the teachers. I don't trust teachers enough with a fucking firearm as I send my kid to school. That's not the solution either.
There has to be somebody on these school campuses that is trained in firearms and has a fucking gun.
Well,
we're in the. Remember when we went to airports and there was not a gun to be found?
You walked right up to the gate. All right. See you later.
Sorry, we
Enjoy
don't live in that
Disneyland.
world anymore. Now you live in a world where you go into an airport and there are people with guns and you barely give it a look anymore. You're used to it. We're in a position where you could fucking want to think we're not in that place, but we are. And there should be armed security at schools. It has to. We're at that point.
Look, I already, my kid's already in a school program, okay? I'm petrified, of him going to school, tomorrow. And, at the very least, every fucking school should have somebody now. At the very least, there should be metal detectors in every school. At the very fucking least. But you watch, that's not going to happen either. That's going to be too expensive. There's going to be some reason why we can't do that. In a week or two from now, people will sort of start fading away from this story. They really will.
Yeah.
And there won't be sweeping changes. I'm sorry, there won't. Obama could say that all he wants in his speech last night. We're not going to have sweeping changes. We're just not.
There's a knee-jerk response here, which is obviously the gun control issue, because that's the thing that's being talked about on the news in tandem with this story. But that isn't the solution here. It honestly isn't the solution here. I mean, like I said, these things will happen again. You got to start thinking about when they do happen. Prevention, let's work on that too. But people got to start thinking, if there's anyone in the school that wants to volunteer to be the person that is part of the security of the school, has training, takes all kinds of mental health tests, so they could get this position as the security agent in the school. It needs to be done, because the only thing that stops these people when they start shooting is people shooting them.
I say an officer, because a teacher, even if they're qualified, their instinct is might not be to run. I mean, some of these teachers did, but some of them might not run into the fucking frame.
You're right, but it's got to be someone that's got to be well trained. You can't just hand the teachers guns and say, all right, if something happens, just start shooting.
Right,
it has to be somebody that's very well trained.
Yeah, that's why that solution was ridiculous. Let's arm the teachers. Well, that's a complicated fucking solution.
I got that too. It's because obviously, if I'm pro Second Amendment and we're talking gun control, and the second I mention it, I get tweets back that are like, "Oh, so I guess we just should arm the children and everyone in the school." I was like, "Yeah, that's what I said. That's exactly what I said." No, it has to be someone well trained. I don't know if you could take police officer resources and do that. That's why I'm saying it should be somebody in the school system.
Look, we all know a lot of NYPD guys that are retired.
Yeah,
and they're all looking for work.
Yeah,
they all look for security. A lot of these guys get security jobs.
But now, where does the money come from?
Exactly.
Now you're talking.
That's the problem.
Money,
but I know there's just in my dumb little circle, I know a lot of NYPD guys that are now retired.
Yeah,
that would take a fucking job like that in a second. It would be no offense, it would be kind of a cush job in general.
Yeah,
but parents certainly would feel a lot safer as they're dropping their kids off to school.
You'd think if somebody in there was able to respond.
Enough already with these school shootings, for real, man. Enough. What is it going to fucking take?
It's the way to get that fucking recognition.
And they
Oh,
just try to
boy.
blame a new thing. Like if this was his peers, they'd blame bullying.
Right.
But they can't blame bullying, so they have to blame guns. There's always something other than the fact that these mentally deficient burdens somehow turn around and bite the rest of us.
And you know, they're starting in with the whole violent video game shit
Yeah,
again.
that's another thing that's been.
That's just
talked about.
that's just uneducated idiots on TV. The
Yeah.
fact is, he I guess he was into his gaming. So let's assume he was a Call of Duty guy. Where was the number, Travis? 16 million people, I believe, bought the game in the first 2 weeks, right? 16 million people.
16 million.
So that's pretty much 16 million people are playing a violent video game and behaving.
Right.
And behaving. You're never going to have a perfect fucking stat.
Yeah.
You're never going to have it.
Well, that goes along with.
And I've argued over the years about violent video games. You know, when you're feeling aggression and you're feeling some shit inside your body, people do things to get that out. Whether it's go to the gym, go for a run, you know, hit a heavy bag. Guess what? Also, you play some of these fucking games to get some of that shit out. So it probably, and this is what's going to sound really mental, it probably actually helps a lot of people. And I know that sounds crazy, yes, but think about it. What do you do in your life when you have stress to get it out of you? So don't just say blindly that it's violent video games. That's stupid.
The gun issue ties into that also, because think about how many people, they always talk about how many people in this country have guns, and it's a crazy amount, but think of how many guns there are and people that own guns that didn't go into a school or didn't go into a convenience store and rob it, or didn't, you know, it's very hard to quote statistics when something like this happens, because all that doesn't matter. You're looking at one instance, and that one instance is so huge and so fucking emotional that it's very hard to say, I don't care if there's a billion people with guns. This one guy had it, and this is what happened, and it's terrible.
Right.
But if you do step back and look, you're not looking at the real problem.
Right.
You're not addressing the real problem.
It's a complicated issue, obviously. People are like, well, what's your solution?
Yeah, it's like, I have a solution.
And I openly admit, I don't know. I could tell you this much. We're at the point where every fucking school should be protected.
Yeah.
But guess what? That's not going to happen. It's going to cost too much. So there's going to be a reason why they're not going to be able to fucking do that, okay? But that's one of my solutions. I got 2 kids now, and I got nieces and nephews all over the fucking place, and they should feel like they're safe when they go into a school. That's what we should do immediately. Immediately. How you get that done? I fucking don't know. I do a stupid radio show.
It really is.
Because we haven't learned much from Columbine, I don't think.
No.
They've put some things in place. I was reading an article. There was a guy on NPR. I forgot to tell you guys to pull that today. Fuck. There's an article on NPR about how things have changed and made it a little easier for first responders and shit.
It's they've done things where they know how to lock down the schools. They do train the teachers in kind of cordoning off the kids and just what happens in the event that this does happen. But the most important thing is to be able to meet this lunatic that has a gun with equal force. You got to be. That's the only thing that stops these guys is once the cops show up. And unfortunately, the cops can't be there in a second. Somebody with an equal amount of force to the gunman can be there in a second.
You're gonna need fucking guys walking the perimeter of schools. Period. Period. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. A guy that's well-trained fucking at the front door, takes a couple laps when he knows things are okay at the front door. Just keeping an eye on everything.
There's a protocol put in place. There's somebody that's well-trained that can answer force with force and not just leave these people to be sheep, to be fucking slaughtered like this. You could talk about prevention all you want. I understand that. And that when we should talk about ways where we can keep this from happening as best we can. But it will happen. There's no way to keep every single lunatic from getting a weapon and going into a school. The problem is you got to look at when it is happening. The solution to that problem is easy.
Right.
It has to be force meeting force, and it has to be done.
Yeah, and
We're
you
in
know
that
what?
day and age.
We have a gun problem in this country, but I don't know who to fucking blame. I don't know. I don't know if the sentences aren't tough enough. I don't know if there's too many guns in this. I don't know. But it's obvious we do have a fucking gun problem in America. Yes, of course. How do you solve that? I don't know.
Yeah, who the
I
fuck
really don't
knows?
know. When you come into work today to talk about this shit, and the news story is that gun sales went up over the weekend, we have a fucking problem in this country, obviously. And you know what? I was thinking, you know what? Time to get a fucking gun. There you go. I said it.
People are very scared that the Second Amendment right's going to be curtailed in some way, shape, or form. So they go to those gun stores when this stuff happens, buy a fuckload of ammo, buy some guns that they believe are going to be banned or outlawed outright. The truth of the matter is, Columbine happened during the assault weapons ban. the assault weapons ban was in place when Columbine happened. They figured out how to get assault weapons. I mean,
Girl, there was already a lot of assault weapons out there now.
Well, yeah.
Isn't that how that kind of works?
But here's my take on that also. If you ban a certain type of gun or ban all guns, I mean, I've heard plenty of people call for an outright ban of all guns.
All right,
no private ownership of guns.
But let's all relax. It's never going to happen.
No, I know.
It'll never fucking happen in America, okay?
What the worry is the same thing that happened with booze and drugs. An influx of illegal weapons coming from everywhere around the world, which would happen. If you outright ban assault weapons, you can't buy them anymore. There's going to be fucking container vessels full of assault weapons that will make their way into this country and be sold illegally because people want them. Wow. That's just what happens when you outlaw something. It becomes a commodity, money to be made by gun runners all around the world. We can't even keep our borders shut from drugs, human beings, terrorists. We're going to stop it from weapons coming in?
We've become incredibly soft as a nation, incredibly soft.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then,
yes,
if you use a gun in a crime, come on. You could kill someone in America and you don't even do that much fucking jail time.
Right.
Depending on the situation, obviously.
Yeah, if you're using a gun in a crime.
We got to get a lot tougher, but we're not going to do that either. You know, I would love to be like rah-rah guy for everybody, but the fact is, I tweeted this, and I just want to say on the air, America's mentally fucking ill.
Yeah.
This country's mentally ill, and I don't believe there is a solution. Oh, come on, man. You got to keep your head up. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe in our leaders. I don't believe that we can turn any of this shit around. So all I'm asking for today is we fucking try to make our schools way more safer than they are. At least let's just do that.
Do that. Concentrate on that at first. Make the fucking schools safer. Do you know that schools are no gun zones? That schools in this country, you're not allowed to bring a gun onto school grounds.
Right.
Which sounds great. On the outside, doesn't that sound good?
Of course.
But the people that are doing these school shootings aren't going to pay attention. They're killing children.
Right.
They're not going to pay attention to a rule that says you're not allowed to bring a gun on school grounds.
Right. Oh, yeah, they're not going to stop at that's right. I'm not allowed to have a gun in here.
What it does prevent is somebody that may have been able to do something about it from being on school grounds with the tools that it takes to do something about it. That's the fucking little irony here.
Yeah, so NPR, and I know NPR is a bore fest, but they had a guy on talking about school safety since Columbine.
Yeah.
This expert. Even as Friday's shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary in Newtown, a lot of people, including myself, is calling it Newton for a while there.
Yeah.
Suggest that more could be done. The whole culture of school security has undergone a revolution since the 1999 Columbine school shooting, experts say. 1999, that's fucking 13 years ago.
Damn.
They were having Columbine students that are now parents with kids in school.
That's fucked up.
That is fucked up because it doesn't seem that long ago.
No.
But a lot of those people are in their 30s now, and they got kids of their own going to school. I thought that was fucked up. Schools are far more secure than they were at the time of Columbine. For one, he says they keep most exterior doors secured, which is something they didn't pay much attention to before. Yeah, when we were growing
Dude,
up,
I was thinking about that too.
when we were growing up and you went outside to have a cigarette or a beer with your pals in the parking lot, whatever the fuck, or maybe get a blowjob, or at Harbor Fields, we march down to fucking Friendlies and get a dumb fribble. And then we'd come back and you find the door that's open.
Yeah.
You didn't want to go in the front fucking door. That's where they're going
No.
to catch you.
Yeah, you found a door that was open. And then there were also sometimes people from other schools would just walk into school
Right.
and be like, hey, what's up?
Right.
They didn't care.
Or a buddy would go, hey, man, I'm going to, hold the door open. I'm going to fucking prop that door.
Yeah, you'd prop the door
near
open.
the gym for you so
Yep.
you could get back in. And this shit was going on, and there were no fucking school shootings when we were growing up. Was there one? Seriously.
I don't recall.
I don't remember. Columbine is. I'm trying to think if I remember one before Columbine. Was Kipling Kinkle?
I'm sure there was at least one
Where's he
before
from?
Columbine, but these
Where's
things
Kipling
were
Kinkle from?
extremely rare.
Is it Tennessee he was from, I think? Or was that before Columbine? For some reason, I know his name. It begins with a K.
Yeah, I mean, there were, before Columbine, there's one in, there's two in 1975, there was one in 78, there was one in 89, there's one in 92.
And a lot of years in between, though. A lot of years in between.
Yeah, I mean,
we get
78 to 89 is...
I think we pretty much get a couple a year at this point.
And now
right?
it's multiple.
Yeah.
Wow. Hold on, he was.
What kind of destruction did the school shooter in like 75?
In 75, the death toll was 2, and then 1 for the other one, and that was it. And these are in Canada anyway. Never mind.
Stupid
North
Canadians.
America.
Kip Kinkle was
we go.
88 was when he went on his shoot, but he only killed 2 people and he injured 25. He killed his parents and then shot a couple people at school.
All right, there's a lot more in America.
Wow.
It's like,
since the 80s.
yeah.
This-
I mean, further back than the
It's
80s.
been on for a long fucking time.
Oh, yeah,
man.
okay.
Look
Now
at
you're-
all these.
Yeah, you were looking at
But are these
Canada, you nut.
Yeah, because it said North America. I didn't realize
Oh.
the United States had its complete own.
Oh, Sam,
Yes,
you
of course it does.
dumbbell.
But a lot of these are one-person shootings that you're looking at. There's a long list of people who went into a school and shot one person.
Because they were pissed at that one person.
I think the mass killings, there weren't a lot before Columbine.
Yeah, and what's changed? You know what? I'm telling you, this 24-hour fucking news cycle, I'm telling you, it has a lot to do with this. That is way worse, by the way, as they will go on TV today and talk about violent video games being the problem. They will never point the finger on themselves. They will never do that. They can't do that. They depend on it.
I honestly think this whole fucking influx of prescription medication for these mental patients, it's like you say, yeah, give them a pill, it'll be fine, and then they stop taking it and they go fucking batty.
We got one in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
She's the sweetest. She's a black lady. She's the sweetest thing. Sits on her stupid bench. Hi, how are you? She'll wave to my kids and she'll what a cute little boy, right? And then a week later, fuck the devil, and just loses her mind where you have to cross the
Fucking
street.
die.
This is the same fucking person. The same person. So obviously she's not on her medication that day.
Yeah.
I don't know what she's capable of doing. So even when she's, the nice version, as soon as I
Exactly.
see her, I cross the street.
But
now.
you're not allowed to address these honestly anymore. Like
Right,
you're not
that's
allowed.
another
Oh,
thing.
they're mentally handicapped. If you say the word retarded, and we're not talking about retarded people,
Right,
obviously,
right.
but that's the sensitivity to all mental issues. You
Yeah,
can't say
yeah.
somebody's fucking crazy anymore.
They're too busy trying to come up with the proper politically correct name for these people instead of fucking addressing a problem.
Right, exactly.
Christ.
So getting back to the Columbine thing. So they keep most exterior doors secure. That just brought back a memory of holding those doors or propping them open
No one cared.
for your pals.
No one gave a shit.
The actions of first responders on the scene of a school shooting incident have also changed, Tim says. I should give this guy credit. Paul Tim, president of Retta Security, I guess. Before Columbine, police would often just come in, set up a perimeter, and call in the SWAT team, and then wait for them to arrive.
Yeah, that's a little...
That turned out to be a bad idea. Taking down the shooter as quickly as possible with whatever resources are at hand should have been the priority. That's readily acknowledged today. Excuse me, he says. The closest officers respond, go in, and eliminate the threat. They don't stop to help victims. That's emergency services job. They go in to take out the shooter, and that only changed after Columbine. Physical security has been upgraded, and lockdown procedures intended to isolate students and teachers from an active threat are practiced. Emergency planning has changed completely. Most schools are now required to have at least one lockdown drill per year to prepare for just the kind of active shooter situation that seems to have occurred here.
A lockdown drill.
But they said the fast response may have saved people. Like he may have killed more people if they hadn't gone through these steps.
What do you have? A few hundred rounds left, huh?
Yeah.
Or at least 100 rounds I read or
And
saw.
he may have heard the responders coming and shot himself. So I guess he wasn't that crazy. You know what? He's nuts, but he knew that he couldn't get caught. If the sirens were coming and he ran out and thought it was ice cream, I'd say, you know what? This guy's fucking nuts.
All right, why don't you,
But he knew what those sirens meant.
In most schools, doors that had never been locked during school hours are now shut tight, and at many schools, even metal detectors were installed to prevent weapons and contraband from getting on campus. Well, this kid kind of knew all that because he shot his way into the school, by the way. You know, this door wasn't open. Supposedly the door was locked. Did he blow out a window, I'm hearing?
Yeah, I think the glass.
He blew out a window and got in that way?
They heard him coming.
But it wasn't like he just walked in the front door. So obviously we got to do even more. In smaller communities such as Newtown, another problem can stand in the way of school security. People think school shootings are mainly a big city problem. I was just in Wyoming, and at some schools there, you could just walk right in, he says. The doors aren't even locked. So,
yeah, I mean, the truth of the matter is these are usually suburban schools that are
they though?
victims of shootings. Yeah,
I mean, they don't happen in the big cities, really.
I don't know. That's what I mean. It's usually suburban schools.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
So weird,
I'm sorry.
right?
Sorry.
Yeah,
absolutely. So why would they assume that it only happens in?
I don't know. You'd think that big city violence, something like that, but no, it's usually very, unfortunately, very predictable when these things happen. The principal players, the MO, everything.
You don't see these mass shootings like a guy snapping and going on a spree in a ghetto neighborhood. You just don't. I mean, there's a lot more shootings there, but you don't see this type of thing happen.
The phones are lit, man. We got to get a lot of voices on this show today. We have to, because everyone is all over the fucking place. You just spend an hour on Twitter and you realize that we're very far apart on how to solve this. I understand that. Let's go to Greg in Pennsylvania. Greg.
Yeah, I just wanted to say parents of mentally ill children cannot sign their children in an institution once they're past the age of 18.
Right.
You have to get them to sign themselves in. So that's part of the problem there is if they're acting like that, you can't get them in a...
Yeah, we got to change the laws a little bit. Unfortunately, we have to. There's a lot of fucking crazy people out there.
Yeah.
And they're more than willing to take a brick and hit you over the head as you're just fucking, walking about your business.
Yeah. Video games desensitizing children, culture of violence.
See?
Oh, boy.
16 million people bought Call of Duty in the first, I believe, 2 weeks, okay? We've had one, knock on wood, incident that could maybe be associated with violent video games, as well as a fucking crazy person and an irresponsible mom that decides to leave guns laying around when she knows her kid is fucking nuts.
Yeah.
But you know what? I think video games, I don't think they're responsible at all, but they do desensitize you. Like porn desensitizes you sexually. I think that they do desensitize you. It doesn't make you likely to go on a shooting spree.
Right.
But I think once you start shooting, it's probably easier to continue to do so because you've just seen, like, even soldiers will come back and play these. And I'm not saying they should be banned, but I do think that they're one little part of what is probably...
You think it desensitizes?
I think it does, sure.
Like, I couldn't imagine killing somebody, but I love getting on a game and fucking just
you're not
railing
nuts,
through.
dude.
Yeah, but
I
that's
can't believe I
just
just
it.
said that. But,
I know, right?
But you know what I'm saying? You're not nuts.
But that's just it. It's like we have to cater everything to crazy people.
Well, let's break it down, though, man.
Break it down.
Break it down. There's a lot of guys coming back from Iraq and Afghanistan, right? They have seen some shit. They've been in the middle of shit. Why aren't they running around, killing people when they come back to America? You want to talk about desensitized?
Right.
Yeah.
These guys are desensitized. They do go a little nuts when they come back to America.
Yeah.
And they're not running around going, you know what, I have to do this.
Mm-hmm.
But
I don't know of one incident, right, of a soldier coming back and doing a massacre.
I'm not sure.
Like we saw over the weekend.
I know there have been killings.
Yeah, they once in a while they snap, but
Yeah,
I don't think they go out.
But those are the guys.
Mostly fucking suicide. Like they'll just kill themselves.
I mean, that's
terrible.
That's the ultimate desensitized right there. If you're coming back from a war where you've seen some shit, and I wonder. It's just the media taking the easy way out. Oh, it has to be violent video games. Really? It has to be, really?
Yeah,
this is complicated. I'm sorry. One asshole should say that on CNN, Fox, MSNBC, all of them. The Today Show, CBS, ABC, NPR, one person. It's not as easy as blaming fucking violent video games.
You know what? It's rational, not crazy people trying to make sense out of what an irrational, crazy fuck has done. Yeah. And that's why we run in circles like this. Because we're all trying to find one thing we can connect to which makes it explainable and understandable and seem less random. And if it's less random, it's more controlled. But the reality is we'll never find that. Like, even if we find it with this guy, the next guy, it'll be he grew up in a perfect household with no guns and he was raped on a trip. Like, there's never going to be a fucking answer.
That's why this shit will always happen. It's a bad thing. And a lot of people are equating the United States with other countries around the world and our violence in this country, and why doesn't it happen in Japan? And people brought up Japan and England. They bring it up, and the gun crime and this and that. But people have to realize we're not Japan and we're not England. We're a whole nation unto ourselves with our own unique problems. You can't take what works in Japan or England and have it work here. We love thinking we're just human beings. You know, that fucking utopian thought that we're all the same under our skin. We're all human beings. No, what borders you live behind change you as a human being. So what might work in one place as far as gun control goes or mental health goes doesn't work somewhere else. There are no fucking people with anorexia in Africa. Fucking African nations, they're starving. There's not some fucking bitch sitting there going, I'm fat, I don't want to eat. It's a problem that is really relegated to a certain portion of the world.
Hey, you're not wrong. I mean, once again, the theme here is you're looking for the simple solution.
Right. It's not simple.
And it's way more complicated than going, look, it doesn't happen in this country or that country. You know,
what makes this country great, what makes America, we're always talking about what makes America great. All our freedoms, this, the other thing, the intellect we have here, all that has a seesaw action to it. There's a bad side to the same things that make us a great country. I think fosters this ability to be very violent in some way. I don't know why, but it's the only thing that makes sense. That things that make us great also have made us this.
And you know, with the gun issue, a long time ago, it's that old analogy where you can't fucking put the stupid, toothpaste back into the fucking tube.
Right.
You can't get the fucking horses back, all that
Pandora's
crap.
box.
It's already
there.
Too fucking late.
Now you got to deal with it.
We decided on the Second Amendment a long fucking time ago, and there is a shitload of fucking guns out there.
Yeah.
And they're not fucking being put back into the fucking toothpaste holder anytime soon.
No.
This started 200 plus years ago. We decided, our forefathers decided a long time ago, we need this Second Amendment. And we're at the point we are today. And it's not going to get any better. People went out and bought a shitload of guns this weekend because of what happened in Newtown.
Yeah.
That is the reality. And I don't have an answer. So stop asking me.
But they even have a church vigil, and then someone calls in a bomb threat. Like,
oh my God.
Okay, that guy is not like the killer, but the mentality of the country.
Yeah, what is that about?
We're just, and we hate to say it, but we really are a sick bunch of fucks as a nation. We're glued to and I'm part of it. we're a sick bunch of
Look,
fucks.
I tweeted late last night. Obama's talking at that memorial, and it preempted the football game.
Oh my God! I saw some of those.
Even
tweets.
those dummies didn't even realize that they moved the game to, I think, CNBC, I believe. So it was on your TV if you were smart enough to figure it out. And they couldn't wait to call Obama, the N-word.
Yeah.
Get this N off my fucking TV. I want to watch football. That's wonderful.
Oof.
Yeah.
That's
And a lot of
brutal.
them, by the way, it wasn't just one or two, because you could always search that shit out. There were so many.
Yeah.
That's what they thought of the whole fucking school shooting. They couldn't be bothered by it. Whatever, if that's what you're into.
No. They wanted that football game.
Let me say hi to Andrew in New York. Andrew.
Andrew.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
Hi, Andy.
Yeah, I want to say how they got cops at Walmart, at the local Walmart, 24 hours a day, and they can't put one police officer in an elementary school.
Yeah, that is kind of strange when you see the armed guards at a lot of these fucking stores.
Yeah.
And there's been a lot of school shootings since Columbine. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to have one at every fucking school.
There's
plenty of police officers that are retired looking for a second career. They're still very young, and you also got a lot of military guys coming home from Afghanistan and Iraq, and they're looking for a purpose and they're looking for something.
There's a weird fucking mentality though with parents and people that they don't want to think it's that bad, or if you accept that, you're accepting defeat in some way.
Well,
yeah, we're a fucking sick nation.
Well, time to fucking scream uncle. It really is.
Yeah,
it's time to scream uncle. The parents are horrified today to drop their kids off at school. Horrified.
Oh, I bet.
Horrified.
Yeah.
And this will happen again, and it's going to happen, by the way, sooner than you think.
Oh, these fucking
sooner than you
think?
fucking
I hope
think.
not. Oh my God.
Oh, I pray it doesn't.
Oh, I
don't even know what God I believe in, if I even believe in God. And then I wrote that yesterday. How do you even believe in God after you see what the fuck happened? Oh, well, that's the devil talking to you. That's what he's trying to do to make you lose faith.
Oh, that's the devil guy. Oh, I see how that
and
works.
I know these people mean well, but
fuck their meaning well. You're right, but fuck them.
Ask any parent, man, to 6 and 7 year olds being fucking massacred. Man, they know what they should do if the media wants to help out a little bit. You want to get some outrage going in this country. How about you show the fucking kids and what they look like after this fucking asshole was done with them, instead of the nice pictures, which that just breaks you apart when you see these little kids with complete innocence in their eyes, knowing
terrible.
they're now dead. Show them what they look like when they had to fucking put them in body bags, and then you'll fucking get this country outraged.
That'd be pretty bad. Yeah. Jesus.
I don't know.
What you even do.
People go like, "Do you believe in God?" I don't know.
I love these people
I
that
don't
say,
know.
"Well, he called his little angel." No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Some animal just shot them, and they're dead.
Right.
There's no higher reason for this. That's just more people, again, just trying to find an answer, like sane people trying to. There's no light at the end of the tunnel with this one. There's no, this was why, or now they're with God. I mean, I know you got to tell yourself that, and good for you.
Right.
But if your God allowed this, then your God's a twat. Sorry. If you can find a reason why God allowed this, then he's a twat.
Yeah, it's rough. I'm not gonna lie to you, it's rough.
Mysterious ways.
Sick of hearing it.
Oh, mysterious ways.
Sick of it.
Well, but then people are right. Well, it's free will. God gave us the free will, and this
Right.
is what we're doing with the free will. I'm not questioning anyone's faith. I really am not. I'm just saying, a lot of raw emotions the last 3 days, and it makes it tough to fucking believe. Period. But if you believe and you have a way to work, you have a workaround, then so be it.
Right.
I'm not going to question it. I really am not.
Yeah, if you're able to. I guess
Our
it's
food's here.
comforting. Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a lot of phone calls today eventually, and we got to get into a lot of audio came in. You got people just saying stupid shit all over the place.
Oh, yeah.
I got the letter, this thing, I saw it on Gawker first, but now it's everywhere. I think the Huffington Post also picked it up. I don't know about you. I don't feel like saying this fucking kid's name. You know, everyone knows his fucking name.
He's whatever he is.
And good job by the media thinking it was his brother. Good
yeah,
job.
Yeah, that was a good
Good
one.
job.
Couldn't wait to get
Good
the
job.
story out there.
Oh, they got to get the scoop.
And they do it with everything. They just assume the other media outlet is right, and they all jump on it. Not one of these fucking news outlets do their own fucking investigating ever, and they got caught bad. Turns out the brother of this asshole seems like he's a normal guy that's just fucking has a good career and all, and you know,
in a horrible situation
for I don't know, at least 16 hours or so. He was
the scourge of America,
of the world.
The world, yeah.
Good job, media. Good job, because you all assumed the one fucking guy was right, and you all went with it. I'm sure we're guilty of that shit too.
Yeah,
I'm sure we've been guilty of that.
Well, we're a goofy show.
Yeah, that's what
we're
I
like. Not CNN or
we're
Fox. Or
but they'll point the finger at us like we are is shock jocks. That's all we are, shock jocks. We show more intelligence on this stupid fucking radio show than I've ever seen on any of these channels.
They're shock jocks.
They're not even they're just dopes is what they are. They're just dummies. They're just a bunch of fucking dummies. But there's a letter from a mom. It says, I am blank's mother, meaning this mother could completely relate to being in the house with a mentally disturbed child. And the letter she wrote is just fucking horrifying. We'll go through it next. I'm sure a lot of you guys have read it.
Yeah.
It's long, but I think it's worth reading most of this thing. And
living with lunatics. Jesus Christ.
Dude, you know, you have no idea.
Crazy.
It's a fucking nightmare. And everyone has to coddle them. Ugh. You know, I broke it down with Joe DeRosa on Friday after you left.
Damn.
I decided to have a serious conversation with Joe because I felt like he's been on the show a lot and you know, we've never really talked. And I told him a little bit about my mom. And know what his thought was? And it was infuriating, but he goes, oh, boy, I feel sorry for her. That's what people think when they hear about someone that's mentally ill. Oh, I feel sorry for them. And I'm like, do you even understand what this fucking woman has done to my entire fucking being and my entire family? It's taken a shitload of therapy to get to a good place where I am right now, and I continue to deal with the shit that went on when I was growing up, and I have to hear someone go, and no offense to him, because he doesn't know. No. He goes, oh, I feel sorry for her. Really? You should feel sorry for all her fucking kids and her husband and everyone else she affected before you feel sorry for her.
By the way, I think Joe's full of shit. I think he didn't know what to say. He probably wanted to go. No, he probably wanted to go, what a fucking horrible bitch. But he was afraid you would get mad at him. And he didn't know how to handle it, so he figured he'd take the adult, compassionate route. DeRosa's full of shit.
I don't know. We were pretty open on Friday, though. We kind of both, put down our guards. You know, I was trying something a little different. So
he doesn't
you
feel
might
sorry
be right.
for her. Yeah,
you might be right.
He doesn't mean to be a fucking full of shit on that one. But he's trying to be genuine. Joe, shut up. You don't feel sorry for her.
For a lot of people, that's their first thought. You know, when they, I feel sorry for that person. And they have no idea the me, the lack of self-awareness. The lack of having any idea what it's done to the people around them.
Selfish.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Complete selfishness. Yeah. Complete, as we're learning here. Got a kid completely insane, completely mentally ill. Look at the selfishness, and then look at the lack of self-awareness. It's all you need to know. And there's a shitload of people, millions of them out there, that aren't self-aware.
Yep.
The Opie and Anthony Channel. Sirius XM.
Welcome back to the finals of America's Got Genitals. We've got 4 contestants left, and you at home will decide which genitals are America's genitals. Our judges are here. Rich Voss, what should the people at home be looking for in a penis?
You take a nice one about this big, white, cut. It's got to be cut. You don't want it to look like a fucking horrible brown turtleneck, okay?
All right, let's take a look at Travis. Judges, what are your final thoughts on the genitals?
I'm not sure what that was.
My vote is no.
Look at that. That looks like a missile. Nobody likes a balls like that. It's like a grown man's penis with a young boy's balls.
All right, Eric is our second finalist. Eric, why don't you come out here and present your genitals?
You are
truly amazing.
I have to admit, you are making me a fan.
Oh my God, it's amazing. It's amazing. No, you don't think that's a nice peanut? Look at the head. Look at that. It's perfect. The shape and everything, the balls, the contrast. It's a good presentation.
All right, let's keep it moving. Danny is our third finalist. Danny, show us what you got.
I'm very confused by you.
Look, I had a lot of hope for you, and all I saw is a guy with his pants off and a rather small package, quite frankly.
See, that one isn't great because the balls are too tight. Just an opinion.
And let's bring out our last finalist. Let's give it up for Kenny.
My boyfriend, absolute perfection.
I am giving you a big yes.
Now that's a perfect peanut. You know what it is? Look at the big balls behind it, you know, and the head, like there's a little ridge, so it's, you know, when you come down it, you'll hit your, you know, like you'll know you hit the head. You know what I mean? It's fucking, that's a good one.
Okay, the judges have spoken. We'll find out what America thought after this, when America's Got Genitals continues.
I'm not gay.
Sirius XM. You're listening to Opie and Anthony.
Speaking of lunatics.
We all know one, right? We all know a few.
Yeah, crazy.
You always know a girl's crazy if I fucked her and she wants to again. That's an indicator. If they ever come back for my dick twice, they're completely out of their minds. You couldn't have enjoyed that.
So what do you want to do, man? We got the letter from this mom who has a mentally ill kid who could easily go shoot up a school.
What is
we could break down more of the events that happened on Friday. I mean, we know the story by now, right? Shot his way into the locked school. We know there was 20 children and 6 adults killed. You know, Anderson Cooper, just before I went to bed, he named every kid with their picture and what they were into.
Yeah.
That was rough.
They've been doing that on
that was heavy.
A lot of the newscasts.
They're just trying, they're just trying to make you feel worse. Like they were just all into what kids are into, like
Right.
kid shit. They like video games or like fucking bouncing a ball or fucking playing with their cats or whatever it is children enjoy. That's what all these kids like.
Rough, really fucking.
It's just miserable and depressing.
Yeah.
Right before fucking Christmas. Like that's all I'm thinking of is not that it's good at any time of year, but it's like Jesus fucking Christ, Christmas is a couple weeks away.
You see the SNL Open?
I did not.
Oh.
Why?
And you know, it was a nice gesture, but it plays to your
Did they do
point.
Drunk Uncle again?
Jesus.
They should have said, because of the tragedies of Newtown, we're not going to do Drunk Uncle anymore.
Ever again.
Yes, or we're going to make you feel that there are sadder events.
Yes. Ugh.
Right.
Terrible.
What'd they do?
They opened up, you want to play it for the... You guys saw this, no?
No, I did not.
I saw that. Yeah, they've been playing it all morning on the news.
You got it there.
Little tater tots. And Samuel L. Jackson dropped the F-bomb, huh?
Yeah. It was a cold open. This is how SNL started.
Burr. I'm an asshole. Ziggy.
Sleep.
Oh, jeez.
I thought there was only one verse.
Isn't that just one verse?
Plus, I think they bet, Lauren, you couldn't find a collection of people with less black people than your cast. Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, they picked one particular choir, so.
Oh, is it from that school?
I don't know. No. of course
just
not,
a
but-
choir. Oh, okay.
Yeah. They, the choir themselves have decided not to have any color in it.
That's probably from, white area.
Not one black kid. Jesus.
Well, that's more gospel.
Huh?
That's more gospel thing.
I guess.
And then what they fucking
And
bring
then
the
they,
host on.
well, then they went. I think they went dark, and then the kids came back all yelling live from New York. It's Saturday night.
Oh.
How do you follow that with a good bit?
No
I know,
kidding.
right?
I'm depressing.
Now go. Be funny.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the purpose of that.
Who is the host, by the way, who got fucked out of a monologue? Who's the poor host?
Oh, man.
Martin
Short.
Marty.
Oh, okay.
Marty. We feel like we
Marty
know him.
Short.
We feel like we know him. It's Marty. Did you hear that Billy Crystal's doing a town hall on Sirius XM?
Oh, my God.
He taped it already.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
How was it?
I didn't. I don't know.
Oh my God.
Who was
Brewer hosted it.
Yeah.
Brewer?
Brewer and Brewer probably made it listenable.
Yeah.
So I guess that's okay. I can't imagine what he would.
Was
have
he all
to say.
serious? I remember back in. Oh, shut up.
I tried to get a one-on-one for the Comedy Channel or something, and I couldn't get an interview with him.
Really?
With Billy Crystal?
Yeah. I know the guy. I have the same manager as him. I couldn't get an
Oh, my
interview.
God.
Jesus, my management does not have enough juice.
Yeah, right? What the fuck?
I don't know if that was him or his
I think we
publicist.
said it last week. Just not a fan of his.
No.
Never have been.
No.
It's been in a couple good movies, but he played a role a lot of other people could have played. All right. So we're just breaking it down. Stole the guns he used from his mother, who reportedly had a large collection, as we're all learning.
Yeah.
It has been reported that she took her son to shooting ranges. How do you feel about that, Ant? Got a crazy kid.
He's a crazy kid. He shouldn't be fucking exposed to guns. Those guns should have been locked up. He never should have had access to them. He tried to buy a gun. He went to a gun store and tried to buy a gun. And they denied him.
Oh, they did? All right.
Yeah, he allegedly attempted to buy a rifle 3 days before the attack.
Yeah.
But he didn't want to go through the background check.
Yeah, the background check.
So
he didn't want to go through that.
So he had mommy's guns right there.
And yeah, he had mommy's guns because she.
No
didn't
one's
lock
talking
them
about
up.
her yet. I have an inkling here that some shit's going to come out about her.
She's a crazy
A
person.
nut. She was a fucking nut, too, I think.
There's going to be some more shit coming out about her.
Mm-hmm.
How could she feel like this kid could be around guns?
Yeah, that's fucking because she's delusional mother of a crazy kid. Realize your kid's a fucking mental patient.
Cops say they found hundreds of bullets and multiple 30-round magazines at the school, suggesting that the shooter planned to kill many more people than he did. So maybe that's what we take away from this, that, a lot of kids are walking around and breathing today because of the first responders getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Everything took place in 2 classrooms. Took his own life once he heard the first responders on their way.
Yeah, most of these guys, the second somebody shows up with equal force, they kill themselves. Most of them, they fucking kill themselves, or they give up. It's rarely a big shootout with the fucking authorities or anybody with a gun. And it's coming out that mall in Portland, was it?
Mm-hmm.
A guy with a concealed carry drew his gun, pointed it at the fucking guy that was in that mall that killed 2 people, and the guy saw and shot himself before the cops ever got there. Like, this guy, it just seems to me it's better to have people that are armed in situations like this than have to wait for the police.
I'd say in a situation where there's a shooter, I would love to know that other people around were armed as well. I would feel more comfortable if I was in that situation to know that one of these other people could possibly, as opposed to waiting for help. In that situation, I would want...
The most horrific thing you hear about these shootings is this calculated walk that these guys do, and they're just boom shooting people, and you hear from people going, "I was hiding, and I saw him just walk up to someone and shoot." Like all that time, the police are on their way, but it's not saving anybody in that fucking room. The only thing that would save someone in that room at that time, and again, I'm not talking about prevention, I'm not talking about when it's happening, is someone else with a fucking gun to remedy the problem.
I don't know if I trust teachers with guns, though.
Maybe not teachers. Maybe you don't know. Maybe one of
the teachers should be armed.
Maybe one of the administrators in the office. Maybe there's somebody in the school that's willing to volunteer. Like pilots, when they said pilots could carry guns in the cockpit. It's not like every pilot was ready to carry a gun and use it if need be. They went through rigorous training for it, and it's there in case they need it.
Aren't they special guns too, like with bullets that wouldn't pierce the with the bullets that wouldn't pierce the fucking fuselage?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe not special guns, but bullets that wouldn't pierce.
Maybe.
And then because some pilots said no to it because even though it would help them, they just don't want to put a gun in play at all. Like they don't want a gun on board. How crazy? Because some flight attendant's nuts. Say some nutty flight attendant gets on and fucking pulls it and kills the pilot.
That's the other side of this. Do you trust more people having guns or not?
There's a balance, and again, there's no absolutes here. You can't absolutely get rid of these shootings. You can't absolutely make it that if everybody, not everybody, but if there's enough armed people that it's going to remedy the problem. And you can't guarantee that people that are armed aren't going to lose their fucking minds.
Right.
You got to balance it out, though.
No letters or diaries have been found yet, so they don't have a possible motive besides obviously crazy.
He was worthless, a crazy worthless lump.
They got his computer though, so some shit will pop up on there, I'm sure.
Whatever motive it is going to be a crazy, dumb ass motive.
Shooter's mother. This is what's fucking strange to me, as I'll say it again, as a fucking parent, sorry, but Shooter's mother reportedly feared he was getting worse and was burning himself with lighters. So he was self-mutilating. So why, at that point, aren't you making sure the guns are even more secure?
Let's leave the guns out first.
Why? At that, I mean, she acknowledged he was getting worse.
Just a wacko burning himself with a lighter. Oh, what a fucking...
Me.
Yeah, me. I'm in pain. Me.
God. He reportedly did not feel physical or psychological pain like normal kids.
Yeah, Asperger's, right? Isn't that part of Asperger's where you just don't... Well, that's also what a sociopath is. Like, you don't empathize or connect.
Yeah,
right.
Obviously. Jesus.
Many media outlets originally reported that the shooter's name was his brother, his older brother.
Good one.
The shooter apparently had his brother's ID with him, but the two haven't spoken in 2 years.
Oh, so he had his brother's ID, so maybe that's what they...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
But they quickly went with it.
Yeah.
No surprise. I mean, that's what the media does.
Man.
And I do bring it back to us a lot because like when we get in trouble, let's say, with a big fucking event.
Mm-hmm.
And then they, we're all over the news. It happens from time to time.
Sure.
There's always info they get wrong. And then everyone just goes with that info.
Right.
So we know this shit happens just from our experience.
Even with big stories, they still do the same shit.
Yeah, I mean...
They just get it wrong.
It's us and our wacky, stupid radio bits. But we've seen it in our own lives how one media outlet will run with one dumb little thing and they all just jump on. Yep. They don't even attempt to do their own investigating.
They're all dopes.
They all play follow the leader. One person comes up with it and then like, good enough for us.
Yeah.
And Obama pledges action to prevent more mass shootings. Well, good for him, but I don't believe in our leaders to make a real sweeping change in anything.
And it's like, what is this sweeping change? Like what with something that isn't a knee-jerk emotional response that really won't have any. It won't be a solution. At least I saw they want to open up and have some kind of discussions about these shootings. Which I usually, when I hear discussions, I'm like, oh, really? This is worthless. But it should be looked at and talked about. I mean, there does seem to be a fucking problem here, So, yeah, start talking about it at least and see if you can come up with some answers from talking and not just a knee-jerk emotional response.
Well, I mean, today, make the schools way more safer.
Yeah.
We can at least do that, I think. I think as a country we could do that.
Yeah,
at least
secure
start there.
Like you did the airports, like in Israel. You know, fucking Israel, there's people that are like armed in the schools.
Like someone said, if every Walmart could have an armed security guard, well, how about it's time to fucking have an armed security guard on every fucking school campus?
Yeah.
Where are we going to find the money?
Well, that's pretty much what it is. It's a money issue. Where you go? I know my school taxes alone are $24,000. There's a over $26,000 a year.
A week? Oh.
A week. No, $26,000 a year in just my school taxes. That isn't even the property tax. And you think with all that money that they'd be able to, you know, hire a couple of Club Soda Kennys.
Right.
To fucking be at these schools.
But we just waste money constantly. It's just such a... Anyway.
You want guns, this is your payoff. All right, it's a UK guy talking, so that makes good sense. You want guns, this is the payoff. All right.
Although what is our to other Western civilization, and I say Canada, Britain, France, how different are our gun death stats compared to them? Is there any type of comparison?
They're huge.
It's ugly. We have we're over 10,000 a year, I believe.
That's huge.
And other countries are not even, barely 100.
You mean for gun deaths?
Oh, yeah.
In general?
It's ugly. We obviously have a gun problem in America. I don't know what the solution is. I don't know if it's as easy as trying to get as many guns off the street as possible. I don't know. But we absolutely have a problem. That Second Amendment was put in place a long fucking time ago and set us down this road where I think it's too late to even fucking attempt to make it way better.
Well, then if they try to do things like enforcement, like you can't stop and frisk because that's seen as unconstitutional. So you have to wait until somebody is committing a crime or behaving suspiciously. So to get these guns off the street, you have to wait till somebody's doing something wrong with the gun.
And then when they do commit a crime with a gun, it's in some cases it's a slap on the wrist.
Yeah, well,
that's why when we started the show today, we said it's very complicated.
Yeah,
we have to really look at ourselves.
What's the stats on this, Sam, please?
It says according to this website, whatever, it says the United States has 9,369 murders.
Oh, hold on. Sorry to interrupt you, Sam. On Fox, Terror Timeline. Lanza killed his mother, then at school with a big picture of him. Profile of a killer. Congratulations. Great job, Fox News. Make sure you get his picture right up there. Do exactly what they told you not to do. Terror Timeline. Yeah. Great headline. Good job.
There are other countries that have more gun violence than us, by the way.
Yeah.
People don't...
But I mean Western civilization. Like, where are the other ones? They like into
South
Sudan?
Africa, Colombia, Thailand. Thailand, really. 20,000 a year in Thailand. And then we come in fourth place with, I've seen over 10,000. This particular website says 9,400.
Coming in at number 4.
Then it's the Philippines below us, Mexico.
It's a huge drop.
But I mean, the first civilized country, more or less, Germany, you're talking 269.
We have
That's
been
a big drop off.
So
Canada, 144.
We're in the company of South Africa and Mexico and the Philippines, and we don't think there's a problem.
Yeah, we got a problem with guns in this country. Absolutely.
No, we have a problem with the people that have. Why are there that many?
But why,
murders
as a
at all?
A civilized, country like ourselves, in the same company as Thailand, Colombia, and South Africa, and the Philippines, and then after the Philippines, it starts dropping drastically.
But why are there? Fuck the guns. Why are there that many people using them to kill other people?
But the same people exist in France and they exist in Canada. Maybe not as many, but there's enough wackos in those countries where if they had somehow access to guns, those stats would be much closer to ours.
Not our type of wackos. There's a specific American fucking nut job that uses gun. And by the way,
we're in horrible company. Is what this website
By the
says.
way, can I also stress?
And then it drastically drops with Mexico only having, and Mexico's a shithole.
How the fuck is Mexico underneath
only
us?
has 20. What is it? I can't see.
2,600.
2,600. And we have we're pushing to, well, this website says 94. I don't want to exaggerate. 9,400.
Well, you forgot El Salvador, Zimbabwe, Peru, and then Germany is number 11 with 269. We have 9,300. They have 269.
You do realize a lot of those are also a lot of these inner city gangbang fucking shootings.
Sure.
It's you're not going to really see many registered legal gun owners in that statistic. You're just not.
Even though you're right, it's not about. I'm not talking about the legality of it or who. I'm just saying the actual cold, ugly facts. Because you would have the same disparagement or disparity there. If you had Britain, or you'd have the same amount of 98% legal gun owners very responsible. Then you'd have gangs, and then you'd have the same shit happening in these countries. This is what happens when you keep them out of the country.
Also, the
for the big part.
populations of Germany and England and stuff do make a reflection. And I know if you did the math, it still would be an amazing number, even if you did it per capita. But we got to realize that.
What's the say England and Germany? What are the population? Because you are right, but let's say percentage. Like you'd have to just do a little bit of math.
Right.
Times 3, times whatever.
Yeah. But there's the United States, since its inception, has been a very gun-centric nation. Guns have been used in this country to even get our country. We needed guns. We needed to fight wars to make the United States. We had to fight wars to keep the United States during the Civil War. The Wild West was won with the gun. It was this crazy fucking no man's land that was bought and paid for with guns and blood. We've been this way for many, many years. It's, I think, ingrained in us as Americans. How that stops, I have no fucking idea. But again, what makes us this makes us that too. I
feel like it's too late.
It goes hand in hand. Yeah. It's
we set ourselves down this path, over 200 years ago, well over 200 years ago now.
Yeah,
and I feel like it's absolutely too fucking late.
Yeah,
it's too fucking late. So you
what do you do?
I don't know.
What do you do?
I don't know.
And
the gun control issue will hit the fucking.
Oh, it's huge.
It's going to be everywhere again, and they might get a little bit done, but I don't know if that's going to make a difference in the end.
But
I don't think so.
It is a part of it.
I don't even think they are going to get a little bit done in the end. They're going to talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, because that's what our politicians love to do, is just talk.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to do anything, especially when it's just semantics and fucking imagery. You're hearing a lot of shit about assault weapons and assault rifles. An assault rifle is nothing more than a regular rifle with cosmetic accoutrement on it. For the most part, they would not ban your standard semi-automatic hunting rifle. The ones with the wooden stock and not the black plastic stock. Right. Doesn't have the vent and the rails to put optics on and things like that. Doesn't have a flash suppressor on the tip. Doesn't have a bayonet lug. Doesn't have a pistol grip. Doesn't have like all those cosmetic things that make the gun look like a military gun are no different than any semi-automatic hunting rifle that you can slap a magazine into. They would be equally as deadly. Yet they wouldn't fall under the assault weapons ban. It's semantics. It's fucking imagery. You're banning something because of the way it looks. It's the exact same thing as having a car, your standard, off-the-line car, and a car that has a Ferrari body on it, but still is the same car underneath. It just looks cool, as they say. But so that isn't going to do anything to stop people from firing off massive amounts of ammunition. What's the answer? Oh,
what happened?
Sam is showing me the math. I'm not sure how it's working the math, but the U.S.
Well, I just did it by fraction.
Fractions? What are those?
The U.S. population is 311 million. The UK population is 62 million.
Okay, so we have 5 times the population.
Right. So,
All right.
but I just did for the UK 14.
How many murders? How many?
14.
14 gun murders last year?
14.
They don't have any guns. They're not allowed to
Okay,
have
so
any guns.
14
None.
times
over
5.
Yeah, there you
5.
62,
That's that would be 70.
Well, it's close.
If they had the population. Oh no, it's a big difference.
70.
Oh, it's
70
close.
to 9,300.
I think it's pretty obvious. Less guns means less murders. But like I said, we set ourselves down this path a long fucking time ago. You're not gonna get a lot of guns off the streets. So now, how do we handle this?
How about Germany? Let's do Germany. They had a few more.
Germany, 269.
How many are in Germany? How many people are in Germany? How many Germans? That's what a staggering statistic that is, man.
81 million.
Okay,
81.7 million.
So what do you say?
And what do we have? 311. So that's
Yeah, we have-
3.5. Call it 3.5.
Yeah, okay.
Times more people.
I'll even do 4. I'll even do 4. 4. Even 4 times. 36, 6,
144.
8. That would be, if they had the same population, 1,076. That's a lot.
It.
Compared to 9,300. So we're still 9, and that's at 4, not 3.5.
Well,
we're still 9 times, almost 10 times.
Germany did enact their gun control. I believe it was under a great man.
Well,
Hitler took away everybody's guns in Germany, and then wound up killing 6 million Jews and a few other fucking, millions upon millions of people.
And the Taliban takes guns before they go out. But, that hasn't happened in Britain or France or Canada.
Who has Newton on our pad data?
What?
Who's running the pad data?
What do you mean Newton?
It's Newtown.
Oh, who is
I had Newtown.
Who the fuck?
And I know
Relax.
I made
Relax.
A lot of us made the same mistake, but let's make sure we have the name of the town.
Why is
right.
Newton on there?
Silly.
I had Newtown, and then when I swited it to refresh it, I wrote Newton the second time, so I apologize.
Oh, were you thinking figs?
Yes, of course.
All right, you want to do some phones?
Sure.
All right, let's. I'm just going to start from the top. No agenda here, man. Just fucking speak your mind. Let's go to Kyle in Virginia. Oh, by the way, and we never have an agenda. I don't mean today I've decided not to have an agenda. We really do try to fucking let everyone just speak their mind.
Hey, Kay.
Kyle, go ahead.
Yeah, down here in Southwest Virginia, I mean, we're rural. We're about 20, 25 miles from Virginia Tech. All of our schools in this surrounding area, the middle schools and the high schools, they all have what's called resource officers. Our county cops down here take the cars home. So those cars, they sit out in front of the school. They're in the office all day long. They patrol the school, the halls of the schools. They give classes like DWI classes for students, but they're in the schools armed. This is a big area. This is all hunters. It's very rural. And, I mean, we don't have the taxes. I'm originally from Rockland County.
Right.
I know what Anthony's taxes are like. And we don't have school taxes down here. Our county taxes are next to nothing. So, I mean, I don't think money is necessarily an issue.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right because I know from my nieces and my nephews they're petrified to go to school today, and that we should at least figure out how to make sure they feel safe at school.
If this happened when I was in school, I would have cried and then told mommy I didn't want to go to school today.
Right. And you probably would have been able to stay home.
Oh, hell yeah.
No, Daddy would have called him a faggot and sent him and his puppet to school.
I say that I'm more worried about them getting to school. I mean, up in Rockland, when they got on the bus, they put their seatbelts on, and that's just the way it was. Down here, they're running. It's a circus on the school bus. I'm more concerned about them getting to school than them being in school.
The worry used to be the lunatic driving the school bus.
Oh, yeah.
And then when they did, get to the school, you're like, okay, my kid's safe.
Yeah, at least
he's
he's
in
at school.
school.
Yeah.
I always felt safe in school. I come from a generation where you really did feel safe in school.
There's a fuckload of adults there.
There'd be a fight in the hallway every once in a while. You might get a black guy or something. But in general, I've always felt fucking safe.
Oh, now with these resource officers, if there's a bullying situation, they're on the phone with the parent. I know, I've been there. I mean, I'm as old as you guys.
Bully.
The bullying, I mean, I think it's a bunch of crap. But they're on the phone. You know, these resource officers get involved. They're there.
Right.
You know, it's proactive, but they are there.
Right.
And we're right by Virginia Tech. I mean, you guys all know what happened to Virginia Tech.
No,
what happened? Holy shit, what happened?
Loop on that one.
When?
Oh, boy.
All right.
All righty, buddy.
Yeah. Someone last night writes me, "Hey, Ope, are you guys gonna be talking about this tomorrow?"
No.
I go, "No, we're gonna stare at Bobo's fucking penis for 4 hours."
Yeah.
What do you think? Of course we are.
Jesus Christ.
Bipolar Bill on Long Island. What's up, Bipolar Bill?
How much do you want for it?
Yeah.
Hey, man, we're going to take a lot of phone calls. If you're on hold, you got to get right to your point. We're trying to give everyone a shot.
Yes.
So none of this, blah. Just go.
Hi, Bill.
Bill, go.
All right, look, you guys got to understand something. I am someone who understands about mental illness. I would never want to own a gun. I don't trust myself. But it's not just bipolar. It's not just schizophrenic. It's not just, Asperger's. It's everything. Every mood disorder, every mental health issue has comorbidity, which means that even if you're diagnosed with something, like this guy says he has maybe Asperger's and OCD, that doesn't mean that he doesn't have schizophrenia or major depression. That kind of stuff is comorbid. It's all encompassing. And you guys have to understand the truth about mental illness. You guys are saying it's all needy, and I understand that's your opinion, Opie. I know you grew up with a crazy mother, but you know what? It's more than that. And if this country focuses seriously, like the show Homeland, this movie Silver Linings Playbook, these are movies and shows that put an emphasis, a very understanding light in bipolar disorder. And I think it's important for this country to learn more about it and other mental health issues, because if we keep just calling them crazy, then we're not going to get to the bottom of the issue.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, we've dropped funding on mental illness, haven't we? We've saved millions of dollars that way, thank God. So we don't even study mental illness as much as we used to. I speak from experience. Like in my house, my mom was rarely the fucking problem. She would go to psychologists and psychiatrists, but she didn't like the person, so she would fucking not have to go anymore. My dad was convinced that she was going to get better, and she ran rampant around my fucking house.
And even though you're right, but it's like even though you're right,
I do have a soft spot for people that are mentally ill, but I also feel like they need some self-awareness.
Yes.
Well, that's why, Opie, I'm taking DBT therapy.
Right.
And DBT therapy is being mindful. It's being aware of everything that's going on. And it's about, once you become aware, then the cognitive behavioral therapy is about knowing that there are other choices. It's not black and white. It's not all or nothing. You have other options. There's other doors you can open.
Yeah, I'm not talking about people like yourself. You're actually trying to do something about it, and you're searching out the resources that could help your situation.
I just wish for.
I'm talking about the ones that go unchecked, whether it's because of the family is coddling or what have you. That's the people. That's the ones I'm pointing the finger at today.
And you know what, dude? Even though you're right about it, there is a thing where they do know the difference between right and wrong. Like, nobody is picking up that gun because, again, this little piece of garbage shot himself, so he understood what was about to happen to him. Or the guy who fucking shot up Aurora. He didn't go down in a blaze of glory.
I agree that in the reflecting part of it, that if that asshole was still alive, you would talk to him. He would say, "Yeah, I knew." But in the moment, Jim, especially for me, and again, I'm bipolar. In the moment, you don't understand
told us that already.
The rationality of things.
Maybe he doesn't know.
Because if you don't get help, then you don't know how to make that separate yourself from yourself. Okay? And I know you guys mean well. I've been listening to you since NEW, and you guys have a really funny...
No, you haven't.
But you guys cannot. It is not in your best interest to go on the radio and make light of the situation that they're needy, they're selfish. I understand for humor. You guys can do it. I don't get
Oh, no, I completely mean it. I'm sorry.
I mean it, too.
I'm not going to let that go. I completely mean it. I've had it in my life. There's a lack of self-awareness, and there's a incredible me fucking attitude that happens where I don't give a fuck that I'm hurting my own kids. This is how I feel, and I don't give a fuck if you think differently. And I'm sorry, sir, but I have absolutely been affected by this shit. And I'm not saying you're one of them. That's the difference, okay?
You guys have a responsibility to your listeners, at the very least.
We do?
You're going to be funny, I understand that. But you have a responsibility to your listeners. If you're going to say needy and selfish, which you're right, it is a needy, selfish thing. That's a part of the sickness. The sickness is when you go to a conversation, you don't want to hear about other people. You want to tell about yourself. I notice I do that. When I talk to someone, it's like Jim talking about acting. It's like, yeah, bullshit. Where's my line come in?
Yeah, you know what, though? Well, get up. Come on, get down with the sickness, I say. Get up. Come on, get down with the sickness.
But proper, Opie, if you really want to help, you can make all the jokes in the world, but in the end...
I haven't made many jokes today, by the way.
And by the way,
I'm not really in a joking mood.
And by the way, Bill, you're wrong. This is where I disagree with you. We don't have a responsibility to the. We have a Hold on, let me finish. Hold on, see? Listen to yourself. Listen to yourself.
You're creating more
no. For those same people. Once again, my responsibility is to tell the truth as I see it. I'm not a doctor. Nobody thinks. Anthony, I know that was just an exam I wanted to do on your asshole. I lied. But nobody thinks.
Using your tongue wasn't very professional.
Nobody thinks that we are the be-all, end-all on mental illness. People know that we are giving opinions that are non-medical, that are just made up to the best of our knowledge. So I have zero responsibility to tell the story the way somebody who is bipolar thinks the story should be told. We focus a lot in this country on illness, and we're listening to what you're saying. The part that's not talked about much is that self-centeredness. Now, you can't say, yeah, for your jokes, because the whole country looks at mental illness and tries to find it and tries to define it and tries to help people. Very few people really blast the self-centeredness of it. We do.
Yeah,
so,
Jim, that's not healthy to do that. And listen,
I don't care. What? Listen to yourself.
I let you talk. At least give me a moment.
I've given you moments. What do you mean it's not healthy to do that?
Jim, what you're saying is hypocritical. It's hypocritical of you to
this
say
is why,
one
by the way, nothing will change.
No.
No.
Wait a second.
This is why nothing will
Why
change.
is it hypocritical?
We have to have real serious conversations, and no one's willing to have it.
Because in one breath, you're going to say that it's not your responsibility, which I agree. You guys are not an informational talk show. You're here to entertain.
Right.
Say what you feel. But if that in that same breath, you're going to say that, oh, they're needy, that's our opinion. But what you're doing is you're fostering that opinion on other people. And you are fostering an uninformed opinion.
Whoa, you just said that neediness is a big part of it, and you do the same thing. That's the part.
I can reflect on when I'm out of a manic episode. I can reflect on it and say, "Holy shit, I was fucking needy." But for you guys to do it in the way you're doing it,
do you understand that you hurt people when you're in that manic state? By the way, do you apologize for the people that you probably hurt while you were in that manic state?
That's a part of it. That's a part of it.
I'm just asking because in my experience, that never happened. My mom was never fucking wrong my entire life. And when I sit down and talk to a therapist about it, because it affected me. She goes, well, did your mom ever apologize to any of the stuff she caused? I'm like, you know what? As I sit here, I can't think of one fucking time where she said, wow, I was manic and I was out of my fucking mind and I'm really sorry. I fucking, poured the oatmeal over blah blah's head that morning or whatever the fuck it was that day.
And you know what, Bill? Even though maybe I'm just as a person living in this country, I'm fucking tired of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sick and tired. I can be very empathetic, but I am tired of trying to understand why people act like sociopaths. Hold on. I'm sick. I don't care.
George Carlin, uninformed. What I'm trying to tell you is that
I've heard you. I heard you, and I listened.
You guys don't understand the simplicity of your mom, Opie, was in denial. I'm a high-functioning bipolar.
Denial ain't just a river.
All right, good for you. You're doing better than most. Good for you, Bill. But I'm under the opinion that you're in the minority with mental illness. I'm sorry.
high functioning.
Okay, good for you.
Educated.
So maybe we're not
Good.
talking about you.
I wasn't told I was selfish. I was educated.
Oh, that's good. Well, that's wonderful that they educated you. I'm telling you that most mentally ill people I've encountered are a lot of times they can't help certain things, but there is I have more empathy for a guy who literally takes his own shit and throws it out the window and goes, Right. That's a guy who I feel a tremendous amount of empathy for, because there are people who I think really don't know the difference between right and wrong.
Right.
I'm not talking about them. I'm not. I'm talking about people whose self-centeredness is not focused on enough.
Right.
The other shit, like
Jim, that's a part of it. No, Jim, that's a part of the disease, which is why when you get help, which is what I'm doing, I'm in therapy.
Good, it's what you should be doing.
When you get help, that's how you reduce the ability to care about other people and not be selfish. But if you guys are just going to paint it with the label, then people who are listening and are fans of yours who are mentally ill, all they're going to do is crawl up in a corner and say, they're right. You're enabling their behavior.
Oh, there you go.
You don't have a responsibility.
Right.
But if you're going to do that, I'm going to fucking call you out on it.
Right there. Thank you. What a wonderful point. If they're listening, all they're going to do is crawl up into a thing. Once again, somehow victimizing them. How about No, hold on. I don't care how they react when they hear this.
Make that decision. You can walk home and have that on your conscience.
I don't give a fuck.
Shit. I'm going to still listen to your fucking show, and so are all other people who don't get offended.
I don't care if you're offended or not.
That's all I'm doing.
I don't care how they react to what I'm saying. It's not my problem. My responsibility is to be entertaining and tell the truth as I see it. My opinion. If they react negatively, then turn on another fucking show.
Right. All right, Bill. Bipolar.
My conscience is completely clear, except how I behave in relationships, in which case it's
So
not.
that fluid running down your leg.
Hey, Bill, does SiriusXM make you pay for 2 subs?
I don't understand what you're talking about.
He's saying you're nuts, Bill.
Well, bipolar, I figure, they could probably get another sub out of you. And I know how this company loves fudging the numbers. I think we can get this guy to pay for another sub.
Guys, I'm a big fan.
All right, Bill.
You guys have to understand.
All right, you made your point. I mean, what can I tell you?
All right, we appreciate
you
the
made
call,
your
Bill.
point, and probably people agreed with you out there. I don't know.
We did hear you.
Thanks for your time, guys.
Okay, buddy. Bill means well. He's a little high strong.
Jesus, is he ever?
Bob in Pennsylvania. Bob.
It's like talking to John Malkovich and In the Line of Fire. Fucking Bill.
Yes. The point I wanted to bring up is the media bias in all this. Right before all this happened, CNN was, broadcasting about a Chinese guy that went into a school with a knife and, sliced up 22 kids.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as Obama came out and, with his little tears and all that happy shit, nobody mentioned another word about the Chinese, thing. Proving the point, it doesn't matter about the guns.
Well, he injured 22 kids.
Well, thank you.
The
Anthony.
other ones
Thank
were
you.
killed.
Thank you for saying that, because people are idiots.
I know. I've seen that. It's like this guy killed 22 kids in China with a knife. No, he injured 22.
I think we all understand that crazy people are gonna find a way to fucking do crazy shit. But the fact is, there weren't 22 deaths in China because he was using a knife.
Yeah,
instead of a gun.
I'm a strong advocate for the Second Amendment, and even I understand a gun is a very efficient way to kill people.
Yeah, even if you took every single fucking gun away in America, someone will march into a school with a knife or a fucking pen if they have to and try to do damage.
Or fucking just wait for recess and drive your car through the fence.
Right, but the fact is, less people died in China because the guy had a fucking knife and not
as opposed to a gun. Sure.
Well, I use that point in my argument.
But no one's denying the lethality of guns, by the way. But yes, they're
But
very
the people
dangerous.
are making that argument all weekend on Twitter. Look at China, see?
It's a dumb
we
argument.
know crazy people will do crazy shit.
Yeah.
You just
Dumbass
want to
argument.
hopefully knock down the numbers of victims.
Right.
Dumbass fucking
I didn't even hear about the
argument.
China thing except in context of this.
I believe it
argument.
was 22, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 22. And how many
Yep.
died?
None.
None, right?
Injured. Very injured.
I guarantee there's a lot of parents in the Newtown area wishing this kid only had a fucking knife.
Sure.
They would take that. They would take those odds today.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Like I said, I'm just going to go right down the line. So we usually pick and choose if someone's point was already made, but fuck it. Cecilia on Long Island, go ahead.
How dare you?
Oh.
How dare all of you?
Why?
How can you say that people are needy? What the hell's wrong with you?
What is
You don't
this?
understand what the hell people are going through. You guys don't understand what the fuck's going on.
Like what?
I have a son who's 33. He's bipolar, okay? I think he's nuts sometimes, but I love him. And I don't give him, I would never put a gun in his hand or have guns in the house. But you guys say
No.
that. You guys have no fucking clue.
Can't be. No way. It
You,
isn't.
this
It's a
can't.
guy.
You sound like Edith Bunker.
It is very funny. I like your voice.
Hello?
I like the voice. It sounded very like,
we do. You almost had me though. Man. We do need a few laughs today, obviously.
No, nothing. It was the dogs. I'm the fugitive.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Fucking guy's good.
It is good.
Bye. Punching out.
All right, man.
Bye.
And I love him.
Don't you know?
That was a
There's
great
little bit
voice.
of that
Yeah,
in there,
yeah.
right? Gary in the Bronx. Gary.
Why aren't you here already, Gary?
Morning, guys.
Hey.
I have a question. If you know your son has got mental instability, I'll be nice. Mental instability.
Don't be nice. Don't be nice. You're talking about the fucking guy that
Exactly.
took out 26 people.
He's
He's
a
a
lump.
piece of shit.
But you know what? He's a piece of shit, but I don't want to offend any of the other listeners.
Oh, fuck them.
Fuck them.
They shouldn't listen to this show then.
Yeah.
Why would you keep guns around that aren't locked up? Or, you know, like when you become a cop in New York City, you have to go through a psychological test. You have to learn where to put your guns, how to unload them, how to keep them safe. People buy guns and they just like leave them on their dining room table, shit,
Yeah.
Anthony. And
Yeah, that is true. Anthony is a fucking accident waiting to happen.
No.
He's a very irresponsible gun owner. He wants everyone to know that today.
Yeah.
cell phone.
What?
One day he's going to pick up a 9mm and think it's a cell phone.
No.
I hope he doesn't thinks it's a toothbrush.
I've talked about this before. Look, I live alone, and I have guns, and unless I have one on my hip, every one of my guns is locked away and alarmed. It has a fucking alarm on the lock. So if this woman had a mental patient living with her, she should have damn well known to keep the fucking guns locked up.
She sucked. She
was
sucked.
terrible.
She sucked. This
Delusional.
fucking wacko mother and a fucking wacko worthless son.
The Second Amendment is a right. It doesn't give you the right to not be responsible with it, though. You can own a gun. That's the right that's given to you. But you then have a giant responsibility to yourself and to other people that you are going to safeguard that gun to the absolute best of your ability, which means locking it up, keeping it out of the hands of kids, out of the hands of lunatics, and knowing exactly where it is at every moment, knowing exactly how it works, being well-versed and trained in it. These are things that you have to do once you exercise your right. It doesn't end there. You need the responsibility that goes along with gun ownership, and it's one of the biggest responsibilities you're ever going to have if you decide to exercise that right.
And it seems some of those people really fuck up that responsibility.
Absolutely.
So what do we do about that?
It's terrible.
What do we do about that?
I don't know. Make
I don't know.
penalties harsher. I don't know
There you
what
go.
there is.
There's
to
my
do.
answer again. I don't know.
I don't know.
Thank you, Gary in the Bronx. Let's go to Big K in Chicago. Chicago checking in.
Holy shit.
Oh.
Hey.
Hey,
Okay, sorry about that. My phone was in my pocket.
we don't care.
Turn down your radio.
Okay, so the situation that I'm seeing, you know, just from the ground here in Chicago is that the last thing we need on the streets are more guns. So I'm really nervous about what's going to happen this spring and summer once the whole gun ban in this state is lifted, I really don't want to see Wrigleyville on a Friday night with a bunch of these hotheads carrying guns.
Let me tell you something. Statistics. Hold on. No. Statistics have shown that legal gun owners carrying legal guns does not turn a place into the Wild West. It never has, and it never will. When people are allowed to legally own guns and conceal carry them, it does not turn into the Wild West. Look at fucking Texas. Stop it. Less crime.
Wait a second. Stop. Wait.
Yes.
All right. More guns on the streets are not going to lead to less gun violence. But
on the streets?
The situation. But seriously, I'm going to say this. The situation that we're having with like these kids going crazy and shooting up these schools and everything is clearly, to me, it seems really clear that this kid was going for shock value when he did this act. He was clearly trying to one-up the last guy that got on the news and everything like that. There are whole websites dedicated to these kind of psychopaths that are sitting around, plotting around, talking about sick shit and acting on it. And then on top of that, I think the problem comes from the fact that we're talking about mental illness, and then we treat kids that we think have mental illness with these insane drugs.
Yeah.
We pump them up with SSRIs. We pump them up with amphetamines like crazy. These kids are speed freaks. These kids, they have access to these guns. And on top of that, they play murder simulators all day. I love video games just as much as you, Ann. And I'm telling you, these games, they condition your mind to know what it's like.
Is that it?
Well,
to know what it's like. Is that it? No one plays it just for fun.
Well, we said it earlier. Okay, Call of Duty, the first 2 days, was it? 16 million games were bought.
Yeah.
So why isn't there a hell of a lot more mass killings going on?
What I'm saying is
that's in the first 2 days. That number is way higher than that now.
One of these mental illnesses.
Huh?
If you have one of these mental illnesses and you are playing these games, you're having these thoughts, you're talking with these people online, you're seeing these other guys get all this, attention that you're looking for. It's a perfect storm.
So let's gauge. Let's make the whole world a place where we have to cater to the mentally ill, to the sacrifice of everything that.
I'm not saying that at all.
Then what the fuck are you saying?
I'm saying that. Saying that the situation that we're having is. I'm saying that at the end of the day, the vector that we need to close off is the access to guns.
Big K.
Period. There's way too many guns out there. And I grew up in Michigan.
What type of community?
I grew up in a rural community.
Who cares?
He was kidding.
What was the population?
Well, I'm just saying.
All right.
I'm just saying, there's too many guns out there. These kids are hopped up on drugs. And they have all the incentive in the world to just end their pathetic lives by going out in a blaze of glory, and more guns are not going to solve the problem.
Well, all right, Big K, but the problem is, fuck it. Thank you, Big K.
Big K, you're just talking through everyone.
You can't just talk through everyone. The problem is gun sales went way up over the weekend. Yeah. There you go. That's the country we live in. And he brings up a point about violent video games, okay? On the way in today, Kenny goes, how was your weekend? My answer was simple. I didn't do anything. I got 2 fucking kids. I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
I decided to have kids. I decided to be a parent. It's a lot of fucking work. And a lot of people have decided to have kids, and they don't fucking do the hard work. Like this fucking mom.
Yeah.
She had a broke kid.
Yeah, your kid's all busted.
Her kid was broken, and she wasn't parenting properly.
Nope.
Because she was a nut, too.
And if you got a kid that you don't think can handle a violent video game, that's your job right the
there
fuck
you go.
there.
It's the parent's job to say, I don't think he can handle this. I'm going to take it away. I'm not going to get it from him in the first place.
My mom, as crazy as she was a tough parent. She did do a lot of parenting.
Yeah.
And not all of us are, we got our issues, but we're well behaved. And that's because my mom was a tough parent and wouldn't allow us to do half the shit that the kids around me were doing.
The troublemakers were doing.
And there would be hell to pay if we came home fucking drunk or on drugs. You know, there were certain games and things we just weren't allowed to do growing up.
Yeah.
Because she did her job in that way. She was a tough parent. So it's not up to us to fucking raise your kids. It's up to you.
Mm-hmm.
If he's got a Call of Duty game and you think he can't handle that, guess what? Take the fucking game away from him.
Yeah.
Or if you got a mentally a fucking a sociopath in your house, then you fucking lock up your goddamn guns.
Lock them up.
Can't wait to find out what comes out about this mom. A lot of people feeling sorry for her.
Yeah, I bet she was a lunatic.
Can't wait.
I bet you're crazy. You know.
Yeah, but that was my answer to Kenny's question. What did you do this weekend? I stayed home and pretty much had a lot to do with my 2 kids.
If the media is so upset about this and they're so somber, why are they covering it in a way which will contribute to it happening again?
Mm-hmm.
If these fucking vultures feel any empathy for the victims, instead of filing their fucking little sad faces by in a list, how about you show true respect for these dead kids and cover this in a way that will not inspire another guy to do it? How about stop showing his face? They did it already on Fox and already on MSNBC.
With a slick graphic and a cool name.
Goth Killer. How about you focus on what an antisocial, broken nobody this kid was?
Look, man, you know, the media, I'm scared of the media way before violent video games.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no shit.
But they'll be all over the TV talking about violent video games today. As like Jimmy said, they show his picture with the slick graphic and the music, you know.
Oh, it was his penis-shaped hairdo. God, what a fucking asshole!
They should focus on what a lonely worm this kid was, because that's what he was. He was a stoic, lonely zilch. And that's how they should focus on him. The kid's a fucking dud.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Ed. And in Boston Ope, did your mom take away your Pong?
Your violent video game. You know, that little fucking dot is flying around.
Obviously, when we were growing up, it wasn't about violent video games. You're right. But there was other shit, if I had to sit here and think about it, that maybe would be the equivalent of violent video games.
Yeah.
Fucking asshole. All right, we'll break here. So much more to do. I want to get into what Mike Huckabee said. He's a fucking asshole.
Ugh. Huckabee.
He's an asshole. I got thoughts on that. I'm sure you guys do.
I didn't know
as
what he said.
Oh. I mean, Victoria Jackson pretty much making the same point. She is a lunatic.
Who is she?
The SNL
Used to be on SNL.
That used to be the airhead.
She had that. Yeah, the voice. It was always me, like a fucking retard girl.
Oh.
Yeah, the blonde. Play a little ukulele or something.
Oh, who knows?
She did that Club Med movie with Dice.
Yeah.
Club Med movie.
Dice did a Club Med movie back in the 80s.
Yeah, she's a lunatic.
I know the name.
She's an over-the-top God person.
Oh, good God, with these...
And Huckabee. We took God out of the schools, Jimmy. That's why this happened. We'll have Huckabee's whole thought on it after the break, and certainly some other things as we can continue to fucking go through this whole thing.
Yeah.
More of your phone calls as well, so keep calling.
I was driving home and I was behind a bus. You know, like the bus has an automatic sign. 911, call police. I call 911.
911, what is the emergency? I'm on 10th Avenue northbound, and I'm behind the bus, and the sign says call 911.
I figured it was a stolen bus. I didn't know what was happening. There could have been hostages. I mean, we all saw that Keanu Reeves movie. I'm on the phone with the 911, and this fucking dummy is, where are you now? I said, I'm northbound on 47th Street on 10th Avenue. Okay, you're on, now where are you now? I said, 48th Street. Where are you now? 49th Street. That's you.
And you said it's heading which way, sir? Northbound. It's the only way you can go on 10th Avenue.
We're so irritated with these dummies So we make the left on 57th Street. We go down to 11th Avenue. I go, look, he's making a left on 11th Avenue. It's a yellow light, so the bus slows down and then shoots through the light and leaves me at the red light. I knew that the bus did that on purpose. I'm like, this guy knows I'm behind him. Now we're going southbound again, so I called back.
No, where's emergency? So I just called and no one is doing anything. I'm following a stolen bus, I think.
No one is doing it. How long does it take to get a squad car on fucking 11th Avenue? So I pull up next to it, and it's really dark on the bus, and I just see there's a black dude. I'm on the phone. I'm like, I'm looking at the guy, and he's just a black dude, but he's not dressed like a bus driver. And I know that he's stealing this bus. I'm northbound now, and he's behind me, and they're like, what street? I'm like,
now we're passing 40th Street.
The woman was like, where was he before?
10th and 11th, but then he came down 11th, and now we went up 10th. He's probably going to turn it off because you're going to lose him. Follow this you fucking keep guy. saying 10th and 11th, but 10th and 11th are in parallel. What street and 11th? I know, he was on 10th, and then he went down 11th.
So then I was just like, fuck this shit. And I drive away, and he pulls away slowly and starts to drive. And I'm like, you know what?
Forget it. You know what? He just turned it off. He just turned it off.
We lost him. And he probably turned into the bus depot.
Sirius XM. Sirius XM. Yeah, this is the Opie and Anthony Show.
All right, we're going to go right back to the phones. We got a guy, Steve in St. Louis. Steve, go ahead.
Hey, guys, how we doing? I'm a police officer in the suburb of St. Louis.
I'm a police officer.
And I used to be a school resource officer up until the beginning of this school year. Reason I'm no longer a resource officer anymore is the district no longer wanted to continue to pay me. Basically, the school district paid half of my salary. The police department paid the other half. I was at this particular school for about 4 years. Every year when they went to do their budgets, my position was the one that was always at the top of the list of something that they wanted to cut.
Right.
You know, and
there it is. That's all you need to hear.
Now that I work on the streets now, I actually respond to the school for more incidents than what I actually dealt with while I was there. You know, so having armed, whether it's law enforcement or specially trained security personnel, just the fact of having them there makes all the difference.
I think so. Look, a lot of it's going to be paying a lot more taxes in the new year. I would love the government to at least promise me this: that the schools will be, way more safer because of, they're going to use some of the money from the taxes that we're going to have to be paying.
Yeah,
at least do that, and then I won't feel as bad. Because I know this. I know this. My taxes are going to go way the fuck up. Anthony's way the fuck up. A lot of our taxes going way the fuck up.
And nothing will change.
And we're not going to feel a big change in this country.
Yeah, we're not going to notice.
I'm fortunate that I don't have to live in the city that I work in because we're talking, it's like night and day, if you know what I mean.
Right.
But, I heard Anthony talking about how his taxes were like $26,000 a year just for the school taxes. Well, unfortunately, the city I work in, most of the houses don't even cost that much. But, like I said, it just the number of incidents alone is astronomical compared to with us not being in the school compared to what we were in the school. You know, so these tax increases come out for a vote, and nobody wants to pay them. Nobody wants to pay them.
Right.
But yet, when I have to arrest their kid for something because they assaulted a teacher or they brought a gun to school or a knife to school, it's the parents want to blame me because I arrested their kid.
I think he is.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
But yeah, no, the parents, they don't accept responsibility for their kids' actions. They want to blame me because their kid got arrested because they were a fucking idiot and brought a gun to school.
All right.
I just think it's ridiculous. That's all I got, guys. Thank you.
All right. Steve in Albany.
Yes.
He writes, 32,367 motor vehicle-related deaths in 2011. You know where this is going, right?
Yeah, I've seen this.
Where's the outrage?
Should shoot drivers.
Where's the outrage? Ban automobiles. There's your easy solution, right?
Yeah, that ain't gonna do it.
Pretty much every single person has a car.
Right.
So now imagine every single fucking person in America has a fucking gun.
Yeah. No one really. I don't
Imagine
think
that.
anyone wants everybody to have a gun. I mean, some people obviously don't want them. Other people aren't.
Well, there's a lot
responsible enough.
Certainly, there's a lot more deaths because there's a lot more fucking cars out there than guns.
And no one has a concealed automobile.
Yeah.
You've never had someone walk into a school, then pull out an automobile and run everybody over with it, then put it back in his pocket and run some cops over.
Should.
A few years back, a Long Island mom killed 4 kids in a drunk driving accident. You don't hear people trying to repeal the 21st Amendment. What is the 21st Amendment?
Hopefully about booze. I'm guessing.
Let me say hi to Mike in New Jersey. Mike, go ahead.
Mike?
Hi, going on?
Hey, man.
Yeah, alcohol kills, I would imagine, way more people than guns every year. A bunch of years back, Long Island mom driving drunk killed 20% as many kids as were killed in this school. You didn't hear people trying to ban alcohol.
You're absolutely right. You know what, Mike? You're absolutely right. Alcohol is a much, much bigger issue in this country than guns. A much bigger issue.
People enjoy their drinks, so. Yep.
Yeah.
But for some reason... Oh, God, yes.
So you said before more guns equals more murders in these countries. I'm just curious what the actual murder rates are, not just the murder by gun rates.
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean?
I don't know. Just other kind of murders.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What are the stabbing deaths or the beating over a head by death?
Yeah, England's got a lot of stabbings. But
Fox again showing the picture. Who was the gunman? Had personality disorder, Asperger's.
Who was the... We don't care.
Yeah, now what? CNN showing the picture the same fucking moment Fox News is showing it.
Learning about lost boys.
Wait.
Why some kids become killers.
CNN and Fox, you whores. All of you.
That's way worse than violent video games.
These fucking whores are doing it, and they know it contributes.
Way worse. And alcohol is a much bigger problem in this country than guns. A much bigger problem. But as a society, we decided to just completely accept alcohol. Completely. But completely. You know, drink responsibly, that silly shit that they fucking put on TV to make believe.
Yeah.
Because, that's what people obey that when they see that on a commercial.
Yeah, Vince Neil was on Twitter tweeting about gun control. And it's like, shut the fuck up. You and your car killed more people than me and my guns ever did. Enough for him. And your drummer's fucking pool.
A lot of people.
Between him and his drummer's pool. Holy shit.
A lot of people just very upset, though.
Yeah, I don't mind people tweeting anti-gun
emotion
stuff.
right now.
Yeah, you're just being emotional. It's like, what else do you do?
Let me ask you this, Sam, because you would know better than most. Has the NRA said anything yet?
No, they put out their normal, tragic kind of, this has been tragic. But,
because they kind of want everyone to exercise their Second Amendment right, but then, they
want everyone who's able, who wants to be able to, yeah.
They do have some kind of responsibility in this, don't they? To make sure it's done properly.
Well, their whole job is to advocate for the Second Amendment, not anything else. I mean, it's the same thing when you look at the NAACP and unions and things like that.
So they don't feel like they have a responsibility in this whole thing? They just want people to exercise the right?
Well, let me tell you what their responsibility is. They preach fucking responsibility with gun ownership. That with it comes responsibility. They talk about growing up with your kids, and obviously if they're of sound mental fucking, if they're sound mentally, teaching them about guns, and they absolutely teach security, safety, and responsibility. And I think that's, how much further are you supposed to go? Their whole job is to advocate for the Second Amendment, to keep people, let people have the ability to bear arms. That's their job.
I keep seeing pictures of this mom. She's a whack job.
Oh, yeah.
In my humble opinion.
Oh, yeah.
Then again, she can't sue me now, can she?
Yeah, what is she going to sue you for? I don't know why I answered your rhetorical question with a literal and legal response. She has no grounds to stand on when she's dead.
A lot of people saying a lot of dumb shit. Maybe we're even saying some dumb shit today.
I don't believe that, ever.
Maybe.
No.
Maybe.
I have done nothing but make salient points.
Maybe we are as well. I'll acknowledge that, maybe. But not as dumb as Mike Huckabee, which here's a guy that was pretty close to the presidency.
Huckabee. Yeah.
Yuck. I'm sure Santorum has similar thoughts on the whole thing.
Cocksucker. I forgot he was alive.
Thank God.
Yeah, I forgot he was alive.
That's when I say thank God. Huckabee, way off on his point. We'll play his thing here, and then we'll certainly discuss.
Invariably, people ask after tragedies like this, how could God let this happen?
Well, it's an interesting thing. We ask why there's violence in our schools, but we systematically remove God from our schools. Should we be so surprised that schools would become a place of carnage because we've made it a place where we don't want to?
Yeah, because those kids...
Holy shit.
I would strangle him if I saw him.
That is the dumbest
put me on record. I would strangle him if I saw him. You're trying to tell me what? There's those kids that they're showing the pictures every hour now were evil?
They were
possessed
evil,
by the devil?
right? Because God's out of the school.
Well, this kid didn't have God in his school, so this kid didn't. Because what happens when you have God in the schools is you don't go on shooting sprees. You instead advocate a culture of raping children and not telling anyone. So I guess that's the choice: have God in the schools and no shooting.
Right.
But a lot of ass fucking.
Right.
And then you bury the records.
Right. There you go. There's a lot of God in the churches, weren't there?
Yeah.
He meant
in
it
the parishes.
He meant it
and
literally,
in the basements
though.
of the fucking churches, right?
Yeah.
He meant it literally, though. God was not in the school. He cut that day to hang out with his friends at the pizza place. See? Because
God wouldn't have to cut. He's
no?
graduated already.
Oh, I thought he cut.
No.
Bringing religion into this. I mean...
It's and especially like not just this obscure faith kind of we need to join together. And this is like some craziness. Because God's not in the schools, that's why this happened?
You got, this is where I show my soft side, but fuck it. You got it. You certainly got to teach love. But that's the, not the same thing as religion. To say religion certainly should be teaching some love out there.
He's absolutely talking about fucking sitting there and teaching about fucking God and,
right, of course.
and religion and Jesus and all that fucking happy horse shit.
I don't see a problem with teaching a little more love, but the religious thing is very fucking complicated.
It's out of the schools.
Very fucking complicated.
God's out of the schools.
And it's been my experience growing up that the uber God people were completely fucking weird.
Mm-hmm.
Bunch of weirdos.
Where we don't want to talk about eternity, life, what responsibility means.
What?
Responsibility, yeah, but not eternity in life.
Yeah, what does that mean?
What responsibility means. Accountability. That we're not just going to have to be accountable to the police if they catch us, but one day we stand before, a holy God in judgment. If we don't believe that, then we don't fear that. And so I sometimes when people say, why did God let it happen? God wasn't armed. He didn't go to the school. But God will be there in the form of a lot of people with hugs and with therapy and a whole lot of ways in which I think He will be involved in the aftermath. Maybe we ought to let Him in on the front end and we wouldn't have to call Him to show up when it's all said and done at the back end.
Yeah, how about God fucking shows up and acts like a shield for once?
Right. Couldn't God do that?
How about fucking God realizes there's a bunch of 6-year-olds who don't understand any of this dog shit? And how about God for once just stops his fucking nonsense?
Yeah.
And stops fucking that fucking fruit in the Vatican with his pointy hat and his fucking red shoes. How about God just shows up and steps in front of a bullet once?
Right. He fucking Matrix that shit. Yeah, stops them bullets.
We're insane.
How about for once God is proactive and it's not everybody wasn't listening to God? How about God cuts the fucking shit and just stands up and the guy shoots and little dog duties fall out of his gun?
Right.
Or
and
rabbit shit.
And then everyone would go, holy shit, there is a God. Let's all fucking get down and pray to Him.
Yeah, you want to get people back in the churches.
Right.
It would take one thing by God.
Yeah,
one. Yeah, if little duty fucking
little rabbit pellets
came out of that gun,
Right.
Guess what? The churches would be packed on Sunday.
Wow, God did that.
This God needs a lot of attention.
Yes.
But he'll be there on the back end. Oh, that's terrific. Thank
Thanks.
you, God.
He's too busy fucking silently communicating with a guy that wears a big pointy hat and Dorothy's shoes from The Wizard of Oz.
Right.
He's an absentee landlord.
Fucking enough with this God shit in these times.
Yeah, if ice came out of the gun.
That would help people
in that
believe.
school in Newtown. All of a sudden, guy comes in, he's ready to fucking kill everybody in sight. But man, he fires that gun, and all of a sudden, it's just ice coming out of it.
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah, it's silly string.
Something
comes out, and the kids all laugh because it's silly string. How about that, God?
If God is aware, he realizes that people are losing faith left and right. It would take one lousy little tiny thing, and wow, would people go back to church?
Yeah.
I absolutely would go back to church.
Of course.
In a second.
We're supposed to, like, fucking praise him and stuff, but he just shits on us all the time. This God just shits on his little creations. It's bullshit. Yeah. It's not. It's a stupid, made-up story.
Just
right?
utter dreck. Utter dreck. Got more God in our lives would have helped. Shut up. It would not have helped.
Really?
A lot of people ask me all weekend, do you believe in God? Oh, I said, my answer is simple. I don't believe in organized religion whatsoever. I don't believe in the story they taught me growing up. That's for sure. I could
You don't
tell you
believe
that
zombie
much.
Jesus?
I could tell you that much.
You don't believe in zombie Jesus?
Do I think
Come
there's-
back 3 days, he's like zombie?
Do I think there's more than just living, living on this earth? My answer is I don't know.
Yeah.
Not sure. I'm hoping it's something that no one saw coming.
Officer Rick Grimes fucking sticks something in Jesus' head, falls down.
Organized religion has caused way more problems than guns, by the way. Let's keep with that theme.
Yes.
Oh, and whatever. I mean, Obama, that was real tears, don't you think, Ann? I know you're not an Obama guy, but
I don't know.
You really don't know?
I don't know.
I think absolutely.
I don't
think
know.
it was absolutely.
I'm not
real
saying
tears.
no. I'm not saying yes. I just don't know what to make of this guy.
I absolutely thought. I thought his speech last night, it was good, but it fell short. I think when he had that press conference at first and he was wiping the tears away a little bit, that was a real moment.
Because he probably saw his wife crying. His wife was probably crying watching the news. I absolutely
How about his
believe
kids
that.
crying?
Yeah.
You know, and I asked this to President Obama. You know, today everyone is scared to send their kids to school. He's sending his own kids to school, but he'll be in the White House today knowing they're completely fucking safe.
Yeah,
he knows that. So
No,
how about you give the rest of the parents out there that same
Secret Service for all the kids? Every child in school has a Secret Service agent.
I mean, that's the perfect solution, obviously,
That'd be
but there's a bit of a fucking difference between the two. You know, because he's talking about it as a parent. Well, no, you don't have to worry about it like most parents out there. Your kids are going to school today, and you know 100% that they are safe.
Yeah. Totally fine. Nothing is going to
So
happen.
you're going to take more money away from me in January. So how about you push some of that money toward that? At least do that. And then I won't mind as much when I write that big fucking check. Fox had this to say.
Oh.
We learned that he's 24 years old. The shooter at the mall shooting near Portland, Oregon earlier this week was...
Wait, this kid was 24 or 20?
20.
So what are they saying?
I don't know. They got it wrong?
Of course they did. Oh, is this early on when they thought it was the other kid? When they thought it was his brother?
Right.
We haven't mentioned his name once on this show.
We learned that he's 24 years old. The shooter at the mall shooting near Portland, Oregon earlier this week was 22 years old. I mean, these are young guys, Doc, and you mentioned earlier the sort of how people...
You know, we're going to move on to a whole nother point here, but this guy makes a great fucking point. Lucas, fuck yeah. He goes, God isn't in the schools. Isn't he everywhere?
God is everywhere. God.
So we take God out of the schools, but let's say... Man, I saw a lot of different religions being represented at the memorial last night, so I would assume a lot of these 6 or 7 year olds that got fucking gunned down, and of course the adults, let's not forget about them. I would imagine a lot of them went to some kind of church, so they had God in their lives.
By the way,
so now explain that, Huckabee.
You know where God's in the schools? in Saudi Arabia and in the Taliban control.
Right.
That God is in the schools there.
Oh, he certainly is. They love telling those kids what they believe Allah wants.
Like when you shoot the 14-year-old girl in the head because she's saying anti-Taliban things,
Right.
God's in those schools. And it's their version of God. So I guess our version of God is good, but their version of God is bad. So I don't. Maybe somebody could explain the whole thing.
Yeah,
Bunch of fucking
maybe.
lunatics we are.
We're all completely insane.
Crazy people.
Yeah.
These are young guys, Doc, and you mentioned earlier the sort of how people lose themselves in certain online activities, gaming, what have you. And I don't know what the background was of these guys, but it doesn't seem totally coincidental that they're both in their young 20s and young men.
I don't think it's coincidental at all. I think we got to look at these forces that empower people to get some knowledge through the internet and so forth, but there are a lot of dehumanizing forces that come with that. Reality TV is no friend of preventing such things.
Oh, okay.
Facebook is no friend of preventing such things, I have to say. And I think we're at a time, again, and we mentioned this earlier, we've now pushed the red line of the unthinkable into kindergarten classrooms. We've got to dial it back.
So it's also reality shows and Facebook. Okay, cool. Cool.
Honey Boo Boo is
Honey
responsible
Boo
for
Boo.
this?
A little Honey Boo Boo.
That silly, dumb show.
Honey
really?
Boo 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 Boo.
Really?
Yeah.
But you're not going to take any responsibility as the media? Look, they're there. Look, still squeezing as much heartache as they can out of the situation as they show the shooter's picture over and over again.
They swooped into that town, man. They love this shit, the news. Oh, God, we got to get God back in the classrooms. That's what it is.
We got to do that, Fezzy.
Hey there, Fez.
Hey, Fez.
Got back in the classrooms.
Need the God.
I don't know.
It's the guns. We just got to get rid of all these guns. Why does anyone have? Only the police should have guns.
Is that going to be his take, his simple take?
I think that is
Easy,
his take.
bud, easy.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you know,
that could be your
you could
thought.
say that, but
it's not as easy as that. That's all I'm saying today.
The people that don't pay attention to the rules will not pay attention to the you're not allowed to have a gun rule. See? That's just the way it works.
Certainly is a quandary out there, huh?
It's quite the quandary. Quite the quandary.
So you think Obama wasn't crying for real? Come on.
I don't think so, dude.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why?
I think,
Why? What's your thought on that?
well, I didn't see any tears. Really.
Oh, there's a side
His
shot
eyes are a
that
little red.
show his tears.
Oh, yeah?
He's wiping that side, and those guys know how to talk publicly without losing it, man. You could see him collecting himself. I really believed him. I completely bought that was a real moment.
I just don't know.
I believed him because it was raw, and then, of course, he had some time, and that's why I wasn't feeling it as much last night.
He's a very
He had
self-serving
too much
president.
time
I'm
to
not
really think about his words and have people help him out.
Maybe it was. I don't know.
I think this one just got
Not willing to say yes or no.
Well, Alex Jones doesn't think. So you're
No.
in good company.
Alex Jones.
Alex
You're in good
Jones.
company, Anthony. You and Alex Jones.
Alex Jones thinks this is one of those situations where, they used
Black Ops!
They used mind control on the boy to make him shoot up the school to give an excuse to take the guns. What? Really?
It's an excuse to go after our weapons.
Let me, before we get into Alex Jones, we have Mike Lupica, who's kind of a sports guy that's trying to reach out into other areas.
Oh.
I kind of like him as a sports columnist.
Does anyone read sports columnists anymore?
No, they're fucking valueless.
Like, really?
I read every once in a while.
Oscar Madison was the last good one.
I do read every once in a while, but
yeah.
This is Mike Lupica on ESPN.
There is no end to the tragedies in America because a gun ends up in the wrong hands. 2 weeks ago, a Kansas City Chief player and a murderer named Javon Belcher put 9 bullets into the mother of his daughter and killed her before killing himself.
Good for him right there calling him a murderer, because that's exactly what he is. Because he certainly wasn't portrayed like that by other outlets.
So, nearly 2 years ago, on a day when Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords was shot in the head and survived, the granddaughter of a great old baseball man named Dallas Green, a beautiful 9-year-old named Christina Taylor Green, did not survive. And now on a Friday morning at an elementary school in Newtown, Connecticut, it isn't just one Christina Taylor Green who dies because a madman with a gun shoots and keeps shooting. It is 20 Christina Taylor Greens. In the aftermath of these tragedies, we always hear about our right to bear arms and a Second Amendment written for muskets. But what rights did these children and their teachers have in small-town Connecticut, in a country fast becoming a shooting gallery? We also hear that we should have a national conversation about gun control, when the truth is, there's no such thing in America.
True.
Oh, boy.
I don't totally discount the musket argument, though. I know the NRA does.
I completely discount the musket argument. I say it, and I've said it in the past. When it was written, everyone goes, when it was written, there was muskets. It's like, during the lifetime of the forefathers, they saw enough advancement in weaponry to know it would keep advancing. They knew weaponry would keep advancing, yet they didn't put a criteria, a brick wall of where the right to bear arms should stop technologically. It wasn't in there. If they knew weaponry was going to advance, wouldn't they have said, to the standards of 1776, we would say that's where the weapons for American people.
I don't think you're wrong, but I don't think they had the imagination to know how far it would advance.
They want the Second Amendment to make it that the American people can at least put up some type of fight against a tyrannical government. That's the type of weaponry they want the people to have.
What they didn't see coming, like I said last week, I think, or 2 weeks ago, what they didn't see coming was this. They absolutely did not see what's happening coming. They
You're
saw
right.
it.
And if they did, they would probably advocate putting them in stocks in town square and cutting their heads off.
They didn't. Don't forget there was no Miranda rights back then.
Not taking the rights away from people. They wouldn't have. They would not. There are quotes from the forefathers, from Ben Franklin, from all of them that say that this right should not be infringed no matter what.
But I also, if it's hurting us desperately, I think we need the right. But I also, with the Constitution, I find myself respecting the forefathers and being irritated with them at times.
Yeah.
Like when their vision of something, if it is costing us a lot, or if the perversion of that is costing us a lot, we have to at least re-look at how we interpret what they were saying.
How do you think over 200 years, including the Civil War and everything, what it cost us? What would it have cost us if we did not have the Second Amendment up until right now? Would we even still be a country like this? Would a tyrannical government have taken over knowing that the populace wasn't armed? You can't make these speculations of them seeing how bad things are now without thinking about how bad they might have been if we didn't have that. Well, if a government knew that the population was unarmed.
When you look at other, again, I can only go by Canada, England, Germany, France, and despite Germany's reprehensible
all the
history.
not-America places.
No, but I
okay.
mean other places that have a lot of the same technologies we do and mindsets, and they're not like third world countries where there's warlords taking over. They're countries who were our allies.
Yeah,
people who kind of think and act that have a similar morality and a sense of life lost that we do. And you look at how they're handling it, and there's something just drastically wrong with how we're handling this. I'm not saying that everyone should have their guns taken, but it's part of it. The guns are part of it. You can't say they're not part of it.
It's part of it because it's the tool that's used in these cases because it's the most efficient way to kill people. I understand that part of it. The part I never understand and will never understand is how does it make it better to limit the people that would step in and solve these problems by taking their right away? How does that work? How does it work that somebody that could have done something in these shootings, numerous shootings, were stopped from doing it because of the strict limitations that are put on legal gun ownership in many parts of this country? How does that help a situation where some lunatic comes in with a gun? Because the only thing that stops a bad person with a gun is a good person with a gun. Someone with good intentions with a gun. It's the only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun, by the way, that's using it.
Then how come this is not happening in all these other places?
Because they're not America and they're not Americans. Every country has their own little thing. How come America didn't act like Germany and sweep everybody up in this one-leader Führer and massacre millions upon millions of people? Oh, because we're not Germans. Germany and the way the German people are, they were able to be bamboozled by a leader like that.
Okay, then good point.
Without social networking, too, by the way, to get everyone together.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Imagine
amazing
that.
if you think about
Amazing.
it.
Let's say England.
Let's say England.
England, who we come from. Let's just say them.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not saying they're perfect or they don't have horrible human rights violations or they're not colonizing fucking animals. But I mean, they are a comparable mentality to us, and they don't have. I'm saying is the way, like, the NRA is so. They turn me off because they like the fucking NAACP. They're like fucking glad. They just refuse to bend. They refuse to yield. And it just doesn't make sense to me to be that.
Bending is just the first step. It never ends there.
But that's what GLAAD says, and that's what unions say. All of these groups say. So to have that type of understanding of the NRA means we have to have that type of understanding for all special interest groups. That doesn't make sense to me.
I think it has a lot to do with inviting everyone to live in America. In these other places, there's a lot more in common.
That's kind of true,
with
too.
your fellow countrymen.
I got that.
But when you got a melting pot like this, you don't agree with the other groups that are here, period. That leads to some of this shit. Germany, you go to these other countries, they all... You know, God forbid you say it, but they all look alike, and they're all into the same shit. But here in America, we invited everyone in with all their cultures.
Yeah.
And one culture doesn't agree with this culture. That's where this all fucking stems from. We're never all going to get along in this country when you have so many different religions and so many different things that these other cultures are into. That's where you can pinpoint it to that easily.
Yeah. The gun argument's never going to be. And there's also something of substance. How about you give something of substance to be done? This assault rifle ban thing is worthless. It's fucking worthless.
It's going to be a Band-Aid.
It doesn't.
I actually agree with Anthony.
It won't do anything because, again, they're not going to ban other rifles that, they either have to let the people have their guns or take them all away. One or the other.
And then we're never taking away all the guns in America.
Nope.
We set ourselves down this path a long time ago with the Second Amendment. Now we're stuck with it.
And illegal guns will flow into this country from overseas because the opportunity to make money will be too great. They can't stop drugs. They can't stop illegal immigration. They're not going to stop illegal guns from coming in this country. Like I said, it'll be an organized crime renaissance. They'll come back like it was prohibition all over again. And bad people will still have guns. And good people will not, so they can't stop.
Okay, but then those guns are the problem. I mean, what I'm saying is guns are a major part of the problem. It's not just the legality or the constitutional angle. It's like illegal guns. The whole thing is a fucking problem.
Well, that's like saying, as far as drunk driving goes, cars are a problem. And I know that's been used a lot, but I'm taking your point on it. The car is the problem when it comes to drunk driving. Am I right? That's the thing that if you're just drinking and walking on a highway, you're really not going to be able to hurt that many people by bumping into them. If you're in the car, you are making carnage. You are killing a lot more people more efficiently than you would if you didn't have the car.
All right, and let me go to your point. We could easily put technology in these cars where you have to blow into something.
Absolutely.
And if you blow into something and you're legally drunk, the car will not start, right?
There you go.
We know that would solve a lot of this shit.
Yep.
We don't want that as a society.
So if...
That's right.
If
we
someone
don't want that as a society,
If
period.
someone is proven that they are not responsible enough to drive a car because they have been drinking, then, yeah, put that in their fucking car. Go ahead.
But why not put it in every fucking car? Why not? Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But you know what? A lot of people wouldn't be dying in a drunk driving accident.
Well, they'd say you could have somebody else do it. You could, but it would still cut down on a lot of...
It would cut down on it drastically.
Tremendously. It would cut down.
But we don't want that.
No one wants that.
Right.
Ronnie was saying something fucking hilarious the other day. He said about drunk driving, and he's like, yeah, he goes, yeah, you know what, proves no one cares. He goes, there's nightclubs, and they have parking lots.
Right.
It's fucking brilliant.
Yeah, let's get rid of all the parking lots. Make it a lot harder to get to those places.
Parking lots means you're going to drive there.
Right.
You're going there just to drink.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Let's get rid of the parking lots.
Yeah, there you go.
But plenty of buses.
Yeah, sure.
We'll get
Bus
you
traffic.
We'll get you back and forth.
Yeah. I don't see how taking guns away and so strictly limiting guns from qualified people, from people that honestly are responsible people that want to exercise their Second Amendment right for reasons of protection and whatnot. Why that should be curtailed because lunatics continue to do shit like this. The only solution against these lunatics at this point is a well-armed population of responsible gun owners.
Why are people so fucking stupid? Everyone has to acknowledge no matter what they do with guns, there will still be problems like there were in Newtown, okay?
Yes.
We just did the fucking drunk driving analogy where if everyone had to blow into something, right? This guy has to ride, your friend will blow. They will get around it. Yeah, some people will always get around it no matter what you put in place.
We just said that, yeah.
Right.
But most people wouldn't.
But this is all these people here.
Yeah.
I think the best we could hope for is to knock down the numbers. If we change if we change the way we think about these things. That's why I'm not even focusing on the gun thing. I'm focusing on just whatever it takes to make the schools safer. At least do that.
And high-capacity magazines, you can buy them, regardless of if they're legal or illegal. You can just fucking... a lot of these inner cities, when we watch those fucking videos of the guys with the AK-47s and they're firing them in the air and they got the big, long banana clip, those are already illegal in those cities. You're not allowed to have them. Never mind the gun itself that you're not allowed to have, but the high-cap magazines, you could buy them online overseas. Is it illegal to do so? Sure. But who's going to give a shit? The guy that's going to shoot up a school? He's not going to care. I'm not going to order them online if they're illegal. But you're goddamn right that some lunatic is.
Can you order them online?
Fuck yeah.
Who ships them?
Someone overseas.
No, but what shipping company do they use in the U.S.?
Well,
I don't know, probably UPS or...
Well, then what you should start doing is any company that is caught transporting these, if they're caught a number of times, you remove their legal ability to do that type of to do any commerce. Like if you start coming after like whoever, because it has to get. I know that there's a lot that come in these big containers, and those are harder to stop. The illegal ones that are sold in motel rooms. But if you can order one online, either DSL or UPS or one of these companies is bringing it, whoever it is, or the U.S. Post Office.
How are they even going to know what's in the box?
How do they know when drugs are in the box? Like once in a while they don't.
You can't sniff out a fucking magazine.
Sure you can.
I don't think so.
I think they can find dogs who do, or you fucking X-ray.
Could be any machined metal part.
They're looking at facial recognition technology now. That's the next step where you could just walk through a street and they can zero in on your face. So there is a way to do it.
Be able to X-ray.
It might be expensive, or it might be.
Well, there you go.
Right. There's the big
cost as soon as you bring money into it,
but there is a way to do it, and if the penalty to these companies was severe enough, or the fines were horrendous enough,
what company overseas is gonna in Nigeria, they're sending fucking shit over here. They're going to adhere to commerce regulations and pay fines?
But once it gets to these borders, how does it get to my house? If I want to order it, I order it from whatever shithole in the Sudan, or I order it. They send it. Credit card processes it?
Yeah.
Okay, so credit card companies, they stopped illegal gambling by going after credit card companies. So why are they not allowing you to not, you can't, if you like child pornography with a credit card, you're in trouble.
You're right. You know
so why is that not being done?
But what you're doing, you're putting a prime example of an argument made that will keep me and other responsible people from getting these things sent in. But if someone wants one, they will fucking use a credit card to buy a phone card that is used by the commerce to pay. They'll use another method of payment. If they shut down one of these companies that are shipping these things in, they'll just set up under another name in some shithole country. They will always find a way, just like drugs and everything else, to get bad shit into this country. That's my point. And the only way to defend against it is legally have people that are allowed to exercise their right to defend themselves, their loved ones, and even teachers and children in schools.
But they're not all mutually exclusive things. I do think that if the penalty, because they have to get into the country somehow. And again, I'm not talking about the ones that come in these giant containers. Any company that actually ships that in, the penalty should, and I mean, when it hits the U.S. border, it has to hit a U.S. border and come in. Nigerians are not flying them in on Nigerian planes and with Nigerian drivers and a Nigerian fucking, you know what I mean? That's not how it happened. So there is some fucking line here. And the credit card companies, maybe there will be workarounds, but the government is pretty fucking good when they want to at shutting. Look what they did with online pirating. They have figured out a way to fuck you for downloading a Metallica song online.
There's still a lot of that shit going on, though.
But not nearly as much.
But it's not in the mainstream.
Right.
It's not mainstream.
And it goes to our point, just trying to knock down some of the numbers. Online gambling, they've pretty much shut down. If you really want online gambling, you can probably find it. But it drastically knocked down the numbers.
Those are the only things that matter, though, is the fact that it's not 100%. Because if a guy wants high cap mags, he will be able to get them. If he's so dead bent on killing a fuckload of people and wants to order body armor and fucking high capacity mags and fucking assault weapons, whatever the fuck else
I wonder if
he wants, he can get them.
I wonder if you make it harder, though, if that knocks down a couple of these fucking assholes.
Yeah, or you nab people in the process of ordering it.
Right.
But I don't. Even though it's not 100%, that doesn't mean, because again, when they want to cut avenues down, look what they did with the fucking funding. They went all over the world and cut down funding for Al Qaeda through charities. Yeah. It took a while, but man, when they put their mind to it, they can really make that a very, very narrow corridor. And it's not 100%, but say they could chop out 70%,
right.
7. That's a lot. And then you'd have to know what you're doing, and you'd have to It's not like everybody doing this type of shit or ordering this stuff has all this know-how. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do. I don't even know how to go out and get. I would be scared to go download illegal music right now because I know that there's so many ways for them to catch you. And credit card companies are a huge line of defense. If people are using credit cards, fucking making these companies in the U.S. that ship stuff is a huge line of defense. If the penalty for them fucking up is a tremendous financial burden, you bet they'll figure out a way to chop it from 100 to 20.
But if you get a really one of these dedicated lunatics that loves getting totally decked out and going in, and that's all you need is one to slip through for all those other regulations against the legal gun owners. Now they can't defend against that guy that is here and ready to fucking
in that
do
instance.
damage.
But if the one that squeezes through, let's say he goes out and kills 30 people.
There's always going to be one that squeezes through.
Always going to be one.
Yeah.
The problem is we've had a bunch this year alone, right?
Yeah.
Well, 2 or 3.
McVeigh didn't use a gun.
But no.
So, I mean, there's obviously ways to do it without it. Terry Nichols didn't use a gun. They blew up the fucking federal building.
I've never seen more instant feedback, phone calls, and tweets in my life. And I wish I could read this guy's instant feedback word for word. But he disagreed with you as far as having somebody with a gun in a drawer in a school. He's like, do you really think that guy would have had time to grab the gun and fucking with his, low-powered fucking gun?
Low-powered gun. First of all, and people say this all the time, the fucking AR that the kid was using was a .22. It's a low-powered gun, very lethal. So it doesn't matter.
Okay, I really don't know. But he's like, his point was, that. How much could a guy like that actually do if he was armed? I'm just bringing it up.
I know
for the discussion.
What I'm saying is
because what I would say is if there's people in these schools that are armed, like you said earlier, maybe one guy that you say, look, you're the fucking guy. It might make some of them, not all of them, think twice before they fucking enter a school.
Maybe that. And how about this? How about it would be better than not having anyone in the building that is willing to put up equal force against the guy that is killing children. How about, do you think he'd get to the door? You know what? That's what the training comes in. Have drills that are done where this guy is trained to know how to respond in that situation. I'm not talking about just tossing guns out to people. I'm talking about training people That they know now how to lock a school down. They know how to cordon off the children into certain areas to minimize the exposure to a bunch of children. And, well, you train this guy to know that when something happens, he's the guy that has to confront this killer.
Yeah, it would absolutely be a deterrent to a point.
Either a deterrent
But
or...
like we've all acknowledged, some are going to absolutely squeeze by no matter what you do.
And that needs something to be...
If you have an armed officer at every school, school shootings would drastically drop immediately.
I think you're right.
But are we going to get that done? I don't think so.
Probably not.
I don't think so. The media is, there's a lot of guilt with the media and how they fucking...
Tremendous amount. They never cover that. That's never the story.
No.
What have we done to contribute is never the fucking lead story.
How about this?
Imagine they do a story like that. How did the media contribute to this killing? We'll tell you at... Oops.
How about this thought? You see a sporting event, okay, and all of a sudden, there's a drunk on the field. Do you see the drunk on the field from home?
Holy shit.
Know why they don't show the drunk from home?
Because they don't want copycats.
They don't want other people running on the fucking
Because they
field.
know that guy is doing it because he wants to be on camera.
The media is fully aware of the influence they have.
Yeah.
If there's a sporting event and your asshole friend, which I think is hilarious every time, by the way, takes his stupid shirt off and runs on the field, the camera focuses on home plate, and they're like, some idiot's on the field, but we're not going to show that because we don't want to encourage that type of behavior.
It's more important to not have a guy run on the field.
But they don't even follow their own advice.
Yeah.
They're showing basically the equivalent of your drunk friend on the fucking baseball field today.
Yeah. Making the next guy want to do it if he feels so inclined.
Right.
Yeah.
And the reason? There's money to be made from all this. They're full of shit. The media is full of shit. But aren't you part of the media?
That's another thing I hear all the time. You're part of the media. You talk about the media.
I certainly think we handle it a lot differently than most of these knuckleheads.
Oh, boy.
Think about that, though. Think about it.
Think about it.
They don't show drunks on a fucking field anymore because they don't want other people to do that.
Yeah.
But they have no problem plastering this asshole's face on the fucking screen.
That is.
And they keep showing this guy's mom, man.
Oh.
She's a nut job. We didn't even read that letter
Shot
yet.
her 4 times in the head while she slept. I reckon. There it is. Lawmakers call for assault weapons to be banned. There's Bloomberg on Meet the Press was talking about this.
Well, we got that.
Bloomy.
Let's go with Bloomy.
Yeah, what did she say?
Yeah, what's
let's go to Bloomy,
Her Majesty saying?
And I hope we save a little time for this letter from a mom that has a son very much like this jackass that did what he did in Newtown.
Suffocate him.
This letter or essay she wrote is chilling.
Ooh, hold on a blanket.
But first, it's Bloomberg.
Isn't it significant that he may only be able to try? That we've seen declining support since 1990 for stricter gun control measures. We've seen the assault weapons ban come and go. Tremendous political cost to Democrats when they first got it passed. I mean,
what's the political cost? The NRA's number one objective this time was to defeat Barack Obama for a second term.
Mm-hmm.
Last time I checked the election results, he won, and he won comfortably.
What?
This myth that the NRA can destroy political careers is just not true.
It's not a myth that after the assault weapons ban was passed, there was a huge political price for Democrats to pay. Yeah. And nearly 20 years later, they don't want to touch the issue.
The assault, it is true that they lost a lot of seats then. The cause and effect isn't quite so clear. And what happened then isn't what happens now. If 27 people killed, 20 children, isn't enough to change the mentality, the psyche, the desires of the American public, then
But let's talk about this, Mr. Mayor, because here's the reality. Let's look at the weapons that were recovered from the scene of this disaster. You have this Bushmaster assault rifle. This would have been banned under the assault weapons ban. The pistols, the semi-automatic pistols, the 9mm were recovered. The medical examiner says they were not used. This information could change. But we also are now learning that these were weapons that were found and legally purchased by his mother at her home. She lives in a rural rural area when you had them for self-defense. This is what a lot of
David,
Americans
I
agree
can't
with.
tell you that if you stopped people who have psychiatric problems, who have criminal records, who have substance abuse problems, who are minors, if you stopped every one of them from buying a gun, I can't promise you that this particular event wouldn't have taken place.
Right.
But this particular event is just one of a series that happens again and again and again. And a big chunk of those would have been places. Like your argument is there's no reason to have speed limits because it wouldn't have stopped that one person when the cops weren't around that they stepped on the pedal. That's not true. The aggregate of all of this would be if Congress were to act, if Congress wasn't so afraid of the NRA, and I think I can show you that they have no reason to be, but if they were to stand up and do what was right for the American public, we'd all be a lot better off. And Congress has the ability to do this. And the president, in my view, is the one who has to lead this. The president campaigned in 2008 on an assault weapon ban, and the only gun legislation that the president has signed since then, one is the right to carry a gun in national parks where our kids play, and one is the right to carry guns on Amtrak. I assume that's to stop the rash of train robberies, which stopped back in the 1800s. This is ridiculous.
Well, did you talk to him about this before you endorsed him?
He knows my views. I didn't talk to the president or to Mitt Romney just before I decided to endorse Barack Obama. And I said in my endorsement that I endorsed Barack Obama because I think his views on issues like this are the right views. But the president has to translate those views into action.
I have the solution.
His job is not just to be well-meaning. His job is to perform and to protect the American public.
All mentally ill people have weird locks put on their fingers so they can't fit through triggers.
That's a good one. I like that.
Punish them and not the rest of us so you can't get your fat finger through the trigger. There will be a technology, by the way,
future Jimmy,
that will be able to stop this. And again, fingerprint technology, I'm sure there's a lot of flaws with it, but they are using facial recognition stuff and fingerprint stuff for a lot of reasons. Eventually, guns will have to come under this thing. And then the only person that could use your gun without you overriding it would be you.
Right.
And I don't see how that's unfair. I don't see how that's a problem. And if you're deemed a problem, then your fucking fingerprints will be put into a system where you can't operate any gun.
Whoa.
Why not? You already know pedophiles can't work around kids. Certain people should not be allowed to have guns.
It'll cost too much.
That's crazy technology.
But it's not that crazy. It's very, very foreseeable.
It's not a bad idea, but the cost of something like that's.
But I think it would go down in time.
But I'm just saying, if we really want to try to make it a little safer, we certainly can. Yep. We certainly can.
Also, again, any fucking mechanical or digital thing can be fucked with if someone wants to. And again, the people that I don't understand why people can't understand that bad people will not pay attention to the rules. When Bloomberg's talking about, and he made it so they could carry guns in our national parks where children are. Yeah, yes. Because if someone wants to go into a national park and shoot people, they're not going to not do it because you're not allowed to bring a gun into a park, you fucking idiot. But if you see somebody shooting innocent people in a park and you're allowed, as a law-abiding legal gun owner, to then pull it out and dispatch that fucking person, doesn't that make that park safer to have the ability to carry it in there?
The same lack of bend that Bloomberg has on it is the same lack of bend that guys on the other side have. People on both sides make the same "are you crazy" argument. Like you're coming from a point of view like are you guys nuts? At Bloomberg's coming from a point of view like, are you guys nuts? You're saying the polar opposite thing. Nobody says, all right, we both have to kind of look at this and maybe change a part of how we're seeing it. Nobody thinks that. So that, to me, is the biggest problem with all the shit that happens here. Nobody thinks their side needs to compromise. Nobody.
Right. Yeah,
everybody thinks that they're on the right.
Yeah, they got to come to the table and discuss this.
Why do you think my new book is called Compromise? It helps.
There has to be compromise on a lot of the issues that we have in this country, but they insist on keeping their points solid.
Yeah.
And as far as Bloomberg goes, we all think the soda ban was ridiculous, right? Yeah. But the fact is, people are probably drinking less soda. But with our argument, there'll always be people squeezing through. People are finding ways to continue to drink as much fucking soda as they want.
Yeah.
But I guarantee his stupid soda ban has knocked down the number.
Yes. But I mean, I think that we can. The main problem here,
but I hope people understand. I think the soda ban was a ridiculous cause that he took on.
But I think the problem, and everybody is just afraid to say it, is it's the Jews. Take us out.
The Opie and Anthony channel. Oh, yeah! On Sirius XM.
For years, the Las Vegas Strip has played host to some of the world's best entertainers, from the Rat Pack to Tom Jones and Siegfried and Roy. Now set your sights on a new entertainment destination. Ladies and gentlemen, live from Convention Room A inside the Holiday Inn Express in Henderson, Nevada, the latest and greatest tribute to the King, Elvis Dice Clay.
She's here, rider. Well, she made me love, darling, coming on.
Decked out in an authentic polyester sequin jumpsuit, Elvis Dice Clay karate kicks his way through 25 years of solid gold Elvis Presley hits.
We'll do all your favorite songs, ladies and gentlemen, all 5,452 of them. I'm a steamroller, baby. Bring it up, baby. I'm gonna roll all over you.
Play the nickel slots and sing along with the best Elvis impersonator this side of the Mississippi.
You know, I came along when rock and roll music had no trend. I feel very lucky.
Enjoy dining at the free buffet while Elvis Dice Clay sings you a delicious melody. Seniors getting free with AARP membership card. You'll cream your granny panties at every show.
Jesus Christ, what a box. You can see the meat pocket right through her fucking panties. We'll try this one, man. For Dixieland.
The latest and greatest tribute to the King, Elvis Dice Clay. 8, 9:30, and 11, 7 nights a week. Live from Convention Room A at the Holiday Inn Express in Henderson, Nevada.
New from Grody Publishing comes the audiobook so erotic it will make you question everything.
Damn, that's a good book on tape.
The best-selling cultural phenomenon evolves just for men. It's 50 Shades of Gay.
The muscles inside the deepest, darkest part of me clench in the most delicious fashion.
Club Soda Kenny takes you on a journey you've only been to in your deepest fantasies.
Suck me, baby.
Millions of red-blooded men have gotten rigid over the excitement of 50 Shades of Gay.
Bro, I've tasted my cum. After hearing 50 Shades of Gay, I would totally be down for tasting someone else's, or whatever.
I'm a quivering, moist mess, and he hasn't even touched me.
I've always been a guy that's like totally into chicks with tits and stuff like that, but you know what? This book is freaking hot as shit.
Holy fuck, this is wrong, but holy hell is it erotic.
For the first time, I'm sexually attracted to something that isn't available at the deli counter.
My insides practically contort with potent, needy liquid desire. Ooh, I don't fuck guys, man, but I'll jack off to this, man. Damn.
The experts agree 50 Shades of Gay is a must-listen.
Hello, I'm Dr. Gay. This audiobook is a must-listen for any man looking to further a healthy sex life. I'm erect.
50 Shades of Gay. If you're not turned on now, you will be. Yum.
Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Well, obviously, people have a lot to say today.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm trying to find a tweet. I brought up the fact that the media is fully aware how shit, where is it? Basically, if a drunk runs onto the field, they don't show that because they don't want other people running on the field. They don't want to glorify that. And so I said they're fully aware of what they're doing here.
Sure.
That they're kind of glorifying it, and possibly there'll be some copycats because of the media coverage. And someone's like, don't you think they have to cover things differently? All I'm saying is they are aware of their influence on the public.
Yeah.
And then someone said, do you think this is close to the 9/11 thing? And I'm like, yeah, I think so. This is a huge one.
I don't know.
It's close.
It's bad.
I mean, it's
a
parent's,
I think there's such different categories.
It's a parent's worst fear.
Well, yeah.
An innocent child being gunned down by a fucking lunatic. This hits just about every single person.
I think it's the two instances are too different to even compare, of which could be, or it could be worse. Or that, like what, emotionally?
Emotionally, it's right up there, yes. Emotionally, it's right up there. Of course, depending on your point of view as well.
No, I remember being fucking like crazy, full of hatred after September 11th. Boy, that didn't go away.
I got some hate. I got some hate today.
Yeah, but it's like...
Yeah, I was looking at Anthony's Twitter feed last night, and I was just thinking about this amazing conversation we had last week about anger and handling it.
I know. Right out the fucking window there.
I was literally laughing at myself.
Although if you look at my Twitter feed, my conversations aren't like, you motherfucking asshole shithead. I just try to put my point across in 140 characters.
Yeah.
Other than that, I'm not really screaming. Some people are just trying to be assholes to me, so I'm assholes back. I'll call their wife or kids ugly or something like that. What else?
I saw that one.
Yeah, that idiot with his fucking horse face.
Well, he started
chick.
with you, so you called her a
did.
scream mask girl.
Yes.
Wasn't that exactly what we were talking about you not doing?
Yes.
Like maybe ignoring people because they're not important to your life?
It lasted 2 days.
You're only human.
Yeah.
He's not even.
What do you want to do, man? We got so much. We could go to the phones. We could read this letter from a mom that's dealing with a mentally unstable kid.
Yeah.
But people are saying that this lady is pretty fucked up as well.
Just fucking suffocate him in his sleep. For the love of God.
Mental illness.
What's he going to do?
All around us.
Where's he going to go? Where the fuck is he? What kind of great member of society is he going to turn out to be? Another burden.
It's a long read. What do we do?
What's the gist of it?
Alex Jones' thing over here.
Oh, fuck
Alex Jones.
Let's do Alex Jones.
My good friend Alex Jones.
Okay. I don't know, just a setup on Alex Jones, I guess.
He's a conspiracy guy.
But we've had him on the show. He's out of his fucking mind.
Yeah. He's got that.
If he would tune down his conspiracy shit a little bit,
right,
he'd be a little more believable. But he thinks everything you see is a conspiracy.
Everything, and again,
and the reason is because that's good for his business.
Yeah. This doesn't disappoint.
Because I know Joe Rogan is a fan of Alex Jones, and we got Rogan on the phone tomorrow. I want to ask him about.
Isn't he in studio?
No, he's on the phone.
I thought he was coming in.
That was a mistake.
I thought he was on the phone, but then it said in studio. I was so happy. I'm like, I'm going to see my buddy Joe.
I know. I would love to see Joe.
No.
He had some interesting things to say about Scientology on his last podcast too. I want to ask him about that.
Oh,
yeah, they're very successful people. These Scientologists.
Very. I'm joining, by the way.
Oh. Good luck to
you. And I know he's a fan of Alex Jones, and I know Rogan is highly intelligent, so I want to ask him about it, because I think a lot of this shit that Alex Jones gets into is completely ridiculous. I really do.
Yeah,
I don't believe everything the government tells me, absolutely not. But he takes it to way, way further than that.
He goes off saying that this whole thing was probably set up, speculating it was set up to get for the government to swoop in and take our guns.
All right, let's play this.
It was coming. The state-run media in the last 3 weeks has declared war on the Second Amendment. They know that areas where they've restricted the guns, like Chicago and New York, have the highest crime rates. They know that police with guns go and respond to the bad guys. They know that guns are used 80-plus times on average, more often to stop crime than they're used in crime. They know mass shootings are flat over the last 20 years, but they don't care. America is being collectivized. It's being taken over by globalist corporate interests who've declared their new world order.
Holy shit.
I love a
And
good
now
New
Barack
World Order.
Okay,
Remember NWO? Who was in that?
Hogan, Nash, Hall, the
Hall,
Outsiders.
Outsiders, sure.
It's not an Alex Jones random unless he
NWO.
mentions
Fox,
the New
The
World
New
Order.
World Order.
For life.
It's the New World Order. Running the weather with the HARP machine.
Keep going.
Tragic Connecticut shooting with at least 20 dead, children with a masked man, and the classic MO we've seen before, to come out and say, for these children, we've got to do something. And CNN and MSNBC and Salon and all the government-funded, state-run media that Ron Paul has exposed is coming out and saying, ban guns, take them all. Now is the time. We have the articles posted at Infowars.com and PrisonPlanet.com.
Infowars.
Prison Planet?
All right, look out.
Prison Planet? Really?
Prison Planet.
It's just
Infowars.
exhausting.
It really is.
I'd be embarrassed to tell my family and friends that that I go to Prison Planet.
Prison Planet.
Holy fuck.
Great.
We're going to go to this video in a moment. Barack Obama did this fake crying bit where he would take a tear out of his eye. We've blown the video up. There are no tears. This is a guy who got the Peace Prize and is bombing 8 countries where they say it's okay to kill 200 innocent people at a wedding to get one bad guy, and they're violating international law to do it.
I really want to break this down. Good point by Alex Jones.
Yeah.
Good fucking point.
Yeah.
He did get the Nobel Peace Prize, and he's been involved in some shit. Good point. And yeah, we do fucking kill everyone around to get the one bad guy.
Yep.
That's all true, Alex. That's when I'm with you.
By the way, in Afghanistan, 10 children killed collecting firewood because they hit a landmine. But it's like, well, they're Afghani children. No one really cares, right?
Well, so how many were killed?
Isn't that how we look at things if they're not Americans?
I'm sorry, but how many were killed in the Amish schoolhouse? It's like
That was huge.
It's really weird how this one is so hard to take, and it is a brutal one.
Yeah.
But it's only because it makes us feel helpless. Like the Amish one didn't make us feel as helpless because, I mean, we cared about those kids, but we're not Amish, so it's like it's not our culture.
Yeah.
So it's easier to write off as that can't happen to me. Or this animal in Norway, was it Oslo?
Oh, yeah.
Who killed all those people. It's a little easier to write off.
Which, by the way, you're not allowed to have a gun there. It's the strictest gun control ever.
Where?
And he was able to.
In Oslo, Norway.
Oslo.
The guy who shot like 80 people?
Yeah, because he was the only one on that whole island with a gun.
But I mean, it's one of those things where that's a little easier to write off. This one is harder because it's here and
It's close. It's here.
Not
The
Amish.
kids
and
are
they're
all
not-
adorably cute.
Oh,
You know.
how terrible.
Heartbreaking.
It's just really a stink.
It's horrible.
And Reaper and Global Hawk drones. This is the guy who shipped tens of thousands of guns into Mexico with his attorney general to blame the Second Amendment that killed thousands of people on their side and hundreds on ours. It's pure bull. Our so-called government's been caught doing lethal experiments on little children over the last 80 years.
Really? Oh, the last 80 years. I'll agree with some of that. There have been some
What do you
wacky
mean?
things. The medications and stuff that they weren't quite sure of, and other things over
they
the past
mean well at the
80
time?
years. Well, they probably were thinking of, the greater good. I don't know. But, thalidomide. You look at something like that.
I completely agree that Obama's tears in the end mean nothing.
The tears of a clown.
I believe someone wrote on Twitter that Obama cried, and I don't necessarily disagree with this point either. He cried because he knows damn well in the end there's nothing he can do.
Oh, yeah? You think?
In the end, if he's a man and he really wants to do something, he knows that he's powerless when it comes to this issue. But I think as a man, he was, as a father, he was absolutely, crying.
Yeah.
Or at least brought tears to his eyes. Just my thought.
I agree.
You don't have to agree. That's just one stupid voice out there.
Are cold-blooded globalists. Remember Obama saying, I won't sign the NDA.
Huh? Buffering? I guess the internet got sick.
The
internet
government
threw
shut him down.
Yeah, he's saying some heavy stuff.
DAA, so don't worry, let it pass. Turned out his lawyers wrote it. Then he said, don't worry, I won't sign it. Then signed it on December 31st, 2011. He said he would legalize marijuana. They tripled the raids in California. Okay, it's all about how he's hip and cool. All you liberal idiots out there, you're not liberals, you're authoritarians. I don't support Mitt Romney and the Republicans. They're controlled by the same interest. But you people are fools. Hitler was for gun control. The first gun control laws of this
Can you
country.
pause it? I want to make an excellent observation. Anthony and Alec Jones have made the exact same points.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Anthony and Alex Jones
made the same point.
Hitler. They don't think Obama was crying.
Yeah.
And there was a couple of more.
Did you steal that from Alex Jones?
No, I said I'm not sure if Obama was crying.
I know.
I'm not sure. Doesn't mean yes or no.
I think he was.
Hitler, you got to bring up Hitler.
I just hope this is a wake-up call for you, my friend.
Yeah.
That's where you're headed.
Oh, cool.
That's where you're headed.
Looking forward to it.
And it is true that Obama and Romney barely said anything about gun control during the campaign.
No.
Some would say they didn't say anything.
It's a hot button issue.
Ooh.
That's why. That's why I'm not a fan of our leaders there. They don't ever tell you the fucking truth. There's never real honesty coming from them.
Liar, liar, pants on fire. That's what I say.
Same interest. But you people are fools. Hitler was for gun control. The first gun control laws of this country were by the Ku Klux Klan. But that didn't stop.
Don't try to get me on board.
Fox Sports reporter saying the new Klan is the NRA. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this video. He does it 3 times on it. This is where, just about an hour ago, he starts fake crying, talking about children. This is pure exploitation by the corrupt ruling class that wants to disarm us. It is elementary, and he said he may use executive orders to ban guns if Congress won't do it. And that will cause a civil war, folks. I have been dreading this. The latest issue of our magazine is on this subject. I knew it was coming. Just watch this exploitation and how disgustingly fake this is. This is unbelievable.
Graduations, weddings, kids of their own. Among the fallen were also teachers, men and women who devoted their lives to helping our children fulfill their dreams. So our hearts are broken today for the parents and grandparents, sisters and brothers of these little children, and for the families of the adults who were lost. Our hearts are broken for the parents of the survivors as well.
Oh, he's so sad.
For as blessed as they are to have their children home
Can you
tonight.
pause that real quick? I really believe him.
I believe he is sad, and there, a picture did come out where it's a side view where he absolutely had fucking tears in his eyes.
But that's exactly what you do when you're trying to control yourself. You pause. I mean, this is a guy who is really collected when he talks, and it's just like those weird little dabs because you're not sure if it's coming. I've done that in movies when I'm embarrassed. And I did it, Lincoln.
Oh, yeah, so did I. Totally different parts.
But yeah, I was crying at some of the horrible slavery things, and you were crying as the signatures on the paper. But you know what I mean? It's, that's exactly what you do when you say. I can't doubt that he was crying.
Yeah.
I firmly believe it. I'm scratching my balls right now.
You are scratching your balls.
Yeah, they feel wonderful.
Feel good? Yeah.
I think
ball scratch is fucking nice.
Their children's innocence has been torn away from them too early. Yeah.
I mean, this is pure garbage, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, he's a worse actor than Glenn Beck with Glenn Beck's fake crying. Okay? I mean, this is disgusting. And it's sick how everything is about the packaging in this country. This guy is a bigger warmonger than George W. Bush because they gave him a Peace Prize. It's okay. He lies incessantly.
I don't like Alex Jones's hairdo.
There's never been a bigger
No,
liar.
that's weird.
It's very Hitlerish at the Eagle's Nest.
Yes.
He has a Hitler do. He looks like that guy that runs the white supremacists. They say, like, you look like Hitler. He's like, do you think I do? Like, you ever see that
God.
documentary? Oh, it's just embarrassing.
Yeah, he's got a little Hitler do going.
I don't like his dumb fucking casual Hitler hair.
It looks like when you're making a character in a video game and you squeeze the hair too small for the head, and you gotta like even it out, like you just left it there too small.
I need to laugh. Oh, God.
And the thing is, he's selling us out to the globalists, and they're now coming after our guns. They're saying they want to physically ban all semi-autos. He said that in the debate. That's what all these groups are calling for. There's total election fraud going in nationwide. Obama really wasn't elected.
What?
I interviewed Bev Harris, top election fraud expert. She said she's never seen so much fraud. And again, it's not that Romney was good either. It's that the fix is in. And the globalists are bringing this country down. Bloomberg reported yesterday that they're doubling health care premiums in this country. Yeah, because the insurance companies.
Can I pause real quick?
health
Why do you believe anything Bloomberg says? It's by Mike Bloomberg's radio company, right?
Yeah.
Bloomberg Radio. Why was it all of a sudden reliable? It's either shit or it's not.
Because it helps his point.
Oh.
Politician and a billionaire.
Yeah, exactly. So am I.
They wrote the health care laws. Think about this.
Okay.
They wrote it to make you buy their product. So now, of course, it doubled in price. And now they're going to bankrupt the system completely. It's a collectivist takeover of America. And now we've got an Oprah Winfrey president. I'm so sad about kids when I'm not launching Predator drones or carrying out Fast and Furious. Did you know Obama took the federal government blocking off of abortions for Africa when they basically force African women to have abortions? Look that up. But people say, hey, I don't care. You know what? It's okay. Because he's trendy, he's liberal, because he's got a little bit of pigment in his skin. It is so sick. Folks, they're coming for your guns. America is being imploded. They've set up Homeland Security with 1.6 billion bullets. They want to start this civil war. People are not turning their guns in, you globalist frontmen. The mega banks openly brag that they bankrupted
he
America.
gets up all
And brag in our
dramatically.
article that we have dozens of links to.
He got
where
up
they
all
say-
dramatically. Oh, how embarrassing! Could you rewind that? I
Jimmy,
want to
you
see where
gotta
he gets
see
up.
this.
Look at how he gets up out of his seat.
Oh God, you got to see this.
Like here comes the important part.
Watch.
Do you think the
This
cameraman snickers while he does this?
Oh, the cameraman must love it.
This is so
no, the camera.
calculated.
There's a guy working the camera. It's hilarious.
The problem with him, like 10, maybe 20% of what he's saying, I'm kind of digging a little bit.
Yeah, but then
the 80% makes him look like a fool.
he stands up like Leota in fucking
Watch
Goodfellas
this,
in the
Jimmy.
courtroom scene.
Watch this.
Security with 1.6 billion bullets. They want to start this civil war. People are not turning their guns in, you globalist frontmen. The mega banks openly brag that they bankrupted America and brag in our article.
He's all dramatic. That's great.
That's something I do every time I blow an audition. I make a move like that, which is where they realize this guy is awful.
Oh, no.
Alex.
God, Alex.
Oh, Alex.
Jesus.
Alex.
It is. Remember in Goodfellas when Leota got up out of the seat in the courtroom and started talking? That's exactly how he stands up. He's got a purpose.
God, I'll say it again. America's mentally ill across the board.
Oh, yeah.
We ain't figuring shit out.
Where they say that they've taken over this country. World government's being announced, and they're coming after our guns. And notice these shootings are happening so opportune. Look at this. I have this giant stack of articles. We're going to do a second video.
Giant.
With
Got a
mainstream
dossier.
news over the years admitting Sirhan, and other events were mind control operations. I
Mind
don't know if this
control.
one is, but I sure know they're not letting a good crisis go to waste, and they're exploiting this in a state that has some of the most draconian gun control laws in the country. And I'm sick
The
of it.
dragon's got
All right,
nothing
folks,
to do
that's
with
it.
it.
Ring the alarm bells everywhere. They're coming after our guns. They
Ring
want to
the
ban them. They
alarm
want to fully
bells.
make us their slaves. Alex Jones signing off for Infowars.com. Now get this video of the fake crying out to everyone you know.
The fake crying.
Oh, and then he dramatically walks out of frame.
And it was good that he got to plug his website before asking to send it to everybody you know.
Yeah, and then a picture did come out of Obama from the side, and there were absolutely tears in his eyes. But someone is telling me that Alex Jones said that was photoshopped.
Oh, really?
See, that's.
Oh, okay. They could always say that.
In the video that Alex Jones just showed, you could see that Obama had watery eyes.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. All right.
He wasn't sobbing. He was welling up.
Most people could fake cry. Most people could get a tear or two going if they want to. So I don't think that was the problem. That they had a Photoshop tears in.
Of course not.
You fucking bite the inside of your mouth or something, it'll bring a tear to your eye. Pull a nose hair just before you go on camera. You'll have some tears in your eyes.
Yeah, look out. They're coming! They're coming for our guns! They're coming for our guns!
Oh, Alex. Alex.
Who doesn't love that? Come on, man.
I used to love conspiracies growing up.
I don't want that one. What do I want?
Wouldn't they have taken the guns after Aurora?
You'd think.
If they were coming for the guns?
They're coming for the guns. No, Aurora wasn't enough to get people, like, all fucking crazy.
Oh, they were trying.
They needed, they needed children, so this is the one. This is the one. And they needed a couple preliminary ones so that you could say, yes, this isn't the first one,
right?
But this is surely the worst, and that's what Alex Jones
and
is
it's only going to get worse. And
yeah.
Probably should just leave it here for today. We got a lot.
Yeah.
We'll certainly be talking about this a lot again tomorrow.
It was, needed to vent that out from the weekend, the weeker.
No real answers.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
No real answers.
You know what, though? I think I do have an answer.
What?
I think I do.
You do to this whole thing?
I have an answer to any gift-giving problems you might have this holiday season for Christmas. Send her the original Hoodie Footy. Yes, the most talked about holiday gift of the year. The Hoodie Footy from Pajamagram.com. It combines the warmth of a hoodie with the coziness of hoodie pajamas. It's going to keep it warm head to toe. The Hoodie Footy, it's made of microfleece. Soft, comfy, and warm. Has full zip front and feet that zip off if she gets too hot. It also has a hood and pockets. Now for a limited time, Pajamagram.com is offering the Sweet and Sexy set. It includes something sweet for her. That's the original Hoodie Footy to keep her nice and warm. And something sexy, the Midnight Fantasy short set, to really heat you up. Buy the Sweet and Sexy set today. You're going to save $50. She'll never be cold again, and neither will you. The gift you'll both love. Pajamagram. They got over 12 original Hoodie Footy styles, including the wild leopard print. Every Pajamagram's delivered in free gift packaging, overnight and Christmas delivery guaranteed. Visit Pajamagram.com or call them 1-800-GIVE-PJs. That's Pajamagram.com.
I do have the solution, though.
What's the solution?
Chuck Norris.
Oh, boy.
Think about it.
Think about it.
Think about it.
Oh, boy.
Let's see. There's a thing here.
Oh,
thank you. Yeah, one of my regulars. C Maggot wrote.
C Maggot.
I like the C Maggot. Jim Norton. The press was taking up most of the parking lot at the funeral home at 6 a.m. This morning.
Oh, boy.
Just salivating pigs.
Yeah. That's pretty terrible.
All right.
Yeah. Well, keep the dialogue open and Jesus.
Keep the dialogue.
Dialogue.
Oh, yeah. It's things like this. You just realize how sick the country is. I know. I
mental.
Keep bringing up the same point, but that's
just mental
across the board.
Yeah,
across the board.
I guess tomorrow we'll get into some of the stuff with Westboro Baptist.
Oh
Church.
my God, we didn't even
want
touch on
Jimmy
that.
to be here for that, though.
Of course,
yeah, because that's a great one.
I meant to hit that point today, but
monsters, and
you know what?
Yeah.
Anonymous, I bow to you today. Fully aware of Anonymous.
Yeah,
like most people in the know, and
yeah.
I bow to you people today.
Yes,
I don't ever want to be on your bad side, but fuck, I will point out when it needs to be pointed out.
They hacked their site and their Twitter and everything. It was pretty funny.
And got all that personal info out there about those people. Man, that makes you question the First Amendment.
Right?
If you really want to have an honest discussion, the Westboro Church certainly makes me question the First Amendment.
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
Yes, it does. It does. Because you have to say shit like in America, you gotta allow hate speech.
That kind of speech.
But those fucking people make me question that. Yes, they do. They do.
Yeah.
We'll get into that certainly tomorrow. Jimmy had a lot of fun with good old Shirley.
Oh yeah.
Good old Shirley, and Jimmy was relentless.
Shirley
was relentless, but Jimmy had to leave for an audition or something. So,
ooh,
why don't we leave too?
Yeah, let's take F.
Hey man, thanks for listening today.
Absolutely, thank you, peeps.
Sirius XM. Hey. And now The Opie and Anthony Show continues. This is After O&A Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
Yes, indeed. It's After Opie and Anthony Live. Keep calling. 866-WOW1-WOW. And, you know, whatever you want to say about the shooting, let it be known. That's what today was all about. Getting opinions out there, looking at everybody's opinions, and hitting it from every angle. I mean, that's kind of the beauty of the O&A show, that, you know, they hit it from every angle. All opinions were heard today, and the host of the show got to make clear how they felt. I thought today, the way I felt, because obviously I have my opinions on everything that happened over there in Connecticut, but I thought that the best point, Opie hit it right on the head at the very beginning of the show, when he was talking about, you know, the way people are parenting. When he said parenting is a difficult job, and there's a huge population of people that are having kids and not doing the job. Like, they're not doing the difficult part of actually raising these kids. You know, that you talk about the video games and the, I think, what did they call it, a murder simulator? The only way a video game is going to motivate somebody to do that is if they're not raised with empathy. Opie, I was just complimenting you.
Did you make it? You made me come back, didn't you?
What? What do you need?
I fucking forgot some shit.
What did you forget? What is that? I just was talking about what a good point you made when you were talking about parents not wanting to do the job of raising kids.
That's true.
That's what I said to Jess on Friday.
Write that thing down that you said.
Oh, the right. Writing it down. It's a secret. It's
Look, it sounds stupid, but you can't just have kids. Then now you have a responsibility, and you got to do like parenting.
Well, yeah, I mean,
and it's a full-time job. Kenny goes to me, "What'd you do this weekend?" I'm going to say it again. I go, "I did nothing. I got 2 kids to raise right now."
Yeah.
I did nothing. I sat around my house because, you know, I can't just take my kid and go wander around Manhattan.
And you know that as they get older, it's only going to be more of a job because you actually have to teach these kids, like, how to be good people.
It's a nightmare. It's a lot of work.
Like, empathy has got to be taught. Anybody who's influenced by any video game is because, like, a person who's influenced to do something by a video game
right.
has no empathy in their soul.
I bring up my my sister's kid a lot. He is brilliant, and he's in medical school, and he's always been really brilliant. And when he was being raised by my sister down there in Florida, they exposed him to R-rated movies at a very young age. Know why?
Why?
They knew the kid could handle it.
Right.
Period.
And they also
that's
knew
knowing your kid.
They not only do they know the kid, but they know that they've instilled values in him that he realizes what's appropriate at what time and what's inappropriate.
He played all the violent video games, all of it, but he was fully aware, and they made sure he could handle all that shit.
But it's the people that will not raise kids and just throw them in front of a TV to do whatever you want. Like, go figure out life on your own.
Sam, I would love to throw my kid in front of a TV all day. It's the easiest thing you could do. But you also know that is stupid.
You're just watching his brain rot away.
Of course. We were watching Ted over the weekend.
You with the kid with your
yeah.
You're watching Ted with your 2-year-old?
And honestly, I don't mind that my kid is exposed to curse words. I'm going to desensitize him to curse words. Who cares?
What about...
I mean, he'll get in trouble at school, but somehow I'll have to tell him, look, you can't really, throw the curse words around at school. But my point is, the movie was completely fine. I was able to, watch it with him in the room until, do you know the movie yet? They sort of kidnap Ted, and it gets a little dark.
Okay.
And he looked up and went, this is scary.
He did?
And then me and my wife looked at each other like, and then we had to turn it off and get him involved with something else, and then we finally finished the movie. But that was us going, oh, wait, we were okay with this, but now it's not okay.
Right.
So we did the right thing. We put on his little Dumbo movie in the corner. We turned down the volume, and he was distracted by his movie, and we got to watch the rest of it. But that's what you do. It's called parenting.
Because otherwise, you're not trying to give him mental issues because he saw Ted at a young age and he couldn't handle it yet. Just to be aware of your child.
The movie starts off, a lot of curse in the movie, and I'm sat there like, you know what? No, I'm all right with this. I really am. I will explain the whole cursing phenomenon to my kid. But then when it got dark and kind of creepy, He was the one who showed me. He's like, this is scary, Dad.
I don't like this.
I'm like, oh, man, you're right. Okay, let's do something about it right now.
That's the same concept as the bullying thing that happens. I feel like with so much emphasis being placed on how wrong it is to bully,
Right.
that nobody's being taught that you have to learn how to deal with bullies too. Because everybody's just saying, no, the bully, let's put him in jail. Nobody can ever bully anybody.
Right.
But kids are not being taught that sometimes you're going to get shit on.
Right.
And you have to know yourself that you can deal with that.
Of course.
You know what I mean? You have to be able to have enough self-worth that it doesn't crush you when somebody goes, you suck. You have to be able to be like, no, I don't, you do, actually.
Or, that's where a parent, jumps in once again and explains the whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
That's why I want my kid to be in, sporting leagues if he's into sports, where they win or lose.
Yeah.
And then when he's really sad on the way home, I'm going to explain to him a few things.
That's why we
that
practice.
It's okay.
Yeah, it happens.
That's how you get better. Or maybe this isn't for you. Let's try something else.
Because
it's all like it's parenting.
Because that's where the entitlement comes from. Is the idea that I don't lose. What do you mean lose? I don't.
Of course.
I don't get stuff wrong.
Of course. That's too much logic, though.
But that's the easy way to do it. Is just to make them winners all the time.
No, what's fucked up? The more I get into this whole issue, because I've committed to being a parent, and so it's in my wheelhouse.
You're in.
You realize most parents don't want that shit either.
What do you mean?
They don't want a completely no tolerance policy with with bullying. They don't want to put their kids in these leagues where there's no winner or loser. They don't want it either, believe it or not. The majority don't want it.
So that's more this sort of vocal minority thing.
Yeah,
it's the same thing as the PC police.
I guess so, yeah.
Because you go up to a person on the street and they don't mind half the shit that people get in trouble for.
No, of course not. The media that reports on half this shit, they don't give a fuck either.
Of course they don't.
They make believe because that's their job on TV, I guess, to make believe. And then, when they're having their drinks with their coworkers, they're like, "Oh, I'm a sitting nappy-headed. Oh, that's hilarious."
I mean, if the media people really cared about what was going on, would they be fighting with networks over who got an exclusive camera angle in the sky?
Sure.
All
right. I'm tired.
That's right. I got you back in here, didn't I? We had a little conversation and everything.
Yeah, it was good.
Nice.
Showed a little intelligence there.
I did?
Little bit.
I'm working on it. I'm working on developing my brain and my own opinions. I'm getting there.
But then you watched wrestling all night.
On Sunday. Yeah, Sunday all day, all night.
That's stupid.
Why is that stupid?
There's a lot of TV to be watched.
I was done with the coverage. On Friday, I got what I needed to get. I read articles here and there to kind of catch up with what's going on, but I couldn't watch the 24-hour coverage.
Like I said, we're guilty of it too, because you would like the media to kind of report it differently. But,
yeah.
But we're all in. We all watch every single minute. But I found myself absolutely turning off the TV a lot more during this news cycle, knowing, okay, there's nothing else new right now.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go do something else.
And all it does is, make you have no faith in humanity. And then you turn off the TV and you hang out with your son. Or I go hang out with Jess. Or you just go and talk to people and you're like, oh, wait, there is a reason to continue to live. And then you turn the news back on and they remind you how horrible everything is.
Right. Bill Hicks has a great bit on the media. And 24-hour news coverage. He says you watch CNN. I can't do a Bill Hicks bit, but basically you watch CNN, death, destruction, murder, blah, 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 blah. It makes the world sound like a horrendous place. And then you turn off the TV and you hear the crickets outside your fucking window. Okay, where the fuck is all this shit happening?
Yeah.
In general, most of us skate.
Yeah.
In general, most of us skate in the end.
We're all fine.
But CNN and all these 24-hour news channels, they make it sound like, holy fuck, the whole world is falling apart right in front of our eyes.
But, when I got home on Friday, I watched the 24-hour news coverage for a while. And then at, 5 o'clock, I tapped out. I watched Pulp Fiction. It's one of the most violent movies you could watch. But I wasn't influenced to go and do anything. As a matter of fact, I had more faith. After watching Pulp Fiction, I had more faith in humanity that something could be made like that than I did watching any news coverage. You know what I mean?
And my point on violent video games is a little twisted, but I really do believe that people have used violent video games to get aggression out.
I 100% believe.
They don't want to take on that because that's crazy to suggest that. But we all have a coping mechanism. Like, I absolutely had anger issues in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much these days. I've worked on it for a few years now. And I absolutely would do things to get the anger out. Go to
Yeah.
the fucking gym. I used to be a big-time runner or biking. Anything to just
Well, it's
get
like
it out.
Hitting the
So-
heavy bag doesn't make you want to go punch somebody.
No, but I'll come home from the gym after that because I still hit the heavy bag when I'm feeling like, and I'll leave the gym feeling way more relaxed. And
Yeah.
I truly believe that is something that people do with their gaming.
I mean, I've been mad at people here at work and gone home frustrated, and I don't want to do any work. I don't want to do anything related to this place. And I'll turn on GTA or Call of Duty or whatever and just release. You know what I mean?
You feel like you're releasing, right?
It's mindless. I'm not actually thinking I'm shooting
But
people.
if you went on CNN and suggested that, they would say you're crazy.
Yeah. Well, you'd be looked at as a villain. They put me on a list.
Oh, yeah, right. Exactly.
And look at me wearing a black hoodie today. I'm a double whammy for CNN. Wearing black, playing video games to release my tension.
Why do you want to be liked so much?
Me?
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
You hate basketball. You got
Hate
a
it.
Brooklyn Nets.
Well, I don't hate basketball. If I had
you got
to,
a Brooklyn Nets
Right.
hat on, and then you got a Brooklyn Jay-Z shirt on.
if I had to watch a sport, it would be basketball. That said, it has nothing to do with the hat because I wanted to wear the T-shirt, which is my Jay-Z shirt from when he was at the Barclays. I like the shirt.
Right.
Then I was like, okay, what do I wear with it? The hoodie, that'll look good. Oh shit. My Nets hat will match that shirt perfectly.
That's why I really do believe you have black in you. That's a black thing.
And you see these?
Patrice used to do that. Patrice used to wear color. Like, I'm like, oh, wow, I didn't know you liked the Pittsburgh Pirates. Nah, it just goes with my shirt.
Yeah, dude.
White guys don't really dress like that in
Look,
general.
the shoes match too, black and white, baby.
I got new kicks.
Let me see. Are they cool?
Yeah, man, look how cool these bad
Those are not cool at all.
Why
Those are
aren't
those hiking boot sneakers that you always wear.
They're my Merrills.
They're like very.
They're my once-a-year Merrills.
They're granola cruncher shoes.
I do a lot of walking.
Yeah, they look like
sturdy shoe.
They look like hiker shoes.
Yeah, but I got rid of my Herman Munster shoes.
Well, I guess that's a step in the right direction.
Too many people made fun of them. I couldn't handle it anymore.
But still, they look like very camper and outdoorsy. Like they look like you take them off and then step into an outdoor shower. They're not like cool.
I don't care if they look cool. I could walk around more comfortably with these.
Because I was excited because
Who cares?
I was at the Barclays last night.
Right.
And that play, it's just got a very exciting vibe because it's new.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, I'm going to wear my Jay-Z shirt tomorrow from the last time I was at the Barclays. And then I was like, oh, shit. Throw on the Nets hat,
Why
the
do you
black
have to say
hoodie.
Barclays?
That's what it's called, the Barclays.
I know, but most people just say Barclays.
It's not Charles' stadium, it's the Barclays.
You get a little lazy with that word, Barclays.
I don't get lazy with my language. I'm not in that phase of my career yet. I'm still.
Barclays. But I got rid of my roly-poly shoes.
You did?
So I am influenced at times.
Was it Troy again?
No.
Because you haven't worn sweatpants in here in a long time.
It's the roly-polies where, like, they rock. There's no real heel.
Oh, is it the Skechers, like the workout shoes?
Yeah, the shape-ups or whatever the fuck they're called.
That we caught E-Rock wearing.
He had them too.
Oh, yeah.
The roly-polies. They were comfortable when you had to stand around. You kind of rock on your feet a little bit. That was nice.
So you were wearing, after all this shitting on Kim Kardashian that you did on Twitter, you were wearing the shoes that she was promoting.
And continue to do.
Yeah, and continue. But you were wearing the products that she was
my-
endorsing.
She's my muse to get some lines out there.
You don't actually have a legit dislike for Kim Kardashian.
I
I
don't
don't
even
think.
know her.
It's just easy to get some
She's
lines
my
out there.
muse. Hopefully you get some funny lines out there. Hopefully.
And check out those retweets.
Right. You see my Lindsay Lohan?
What did you write?
I had a good Lindsay Lohan tweet.
What was it? I don't have it in front of me.
Why don't you have it in front of you?
I should
have all my shit in
I
front of
thought I asked you guys to always have an Opie Radio printout in
Thank
front of
you.
me. YouTube links, tweets,
I don't think, let's see.
Instagram photos.
Oh, Lindsay Lohan wrote, I found this funny, fuck you. She wrote, "This is absolutely horrifying in Newton, Connecticut. So unbelievably sad."
Oh, no.
And I wrote, "Oops, for a second, I thought you were looking in a mirror."
Jesus. Couldn't even let her have the Pray for Newton tweets, huh? Newtown. You couldn't even let
Did I
her.
say Newton there? I'm sorry.
I don't know. You couldn't even let her have that. The sort of, we're all sad about this moment.
Right.
No, not for you, Lindsay. Sorry. Sorry, Bubba.
Fritz, thank you. Nietzsche, N-E-E.
Nietzsche?
I don't know. Neechah. How would you say that? I say Nietzsche. He wrote, this is a Bill Hicks quote. I don't remember this quote, but it's a good one. You're scared you're going to go outside and be raped by a pit bull with AIDS. If you watch enough news, that's the feeling you get when you leave your house.
Before you leave, somebody just feedbacked in. This is a great question. What about letting your kid eat only fish sticks? What if you have a kid like me who's like, look, I'll get all the nutrition I need, but this is literally all I'm going to eat?
I would make sure he got his ass in front of a psychologist at a very early age to see what the fuck that's about.
You put him in front of a child psychologist?
Absolutely.
I think you're right, though. My mom didn't want to admit anything was wrong with me. She would never take me to a child psychologist.
I have known, I mean, we joke about it a lot, and most people know we're friends off air.
Mm-hmm.
And you have convinced me that you're not missing anything, so be it.
Right.
But to me, I can't believe you wouldn't want like sushi or a steak or so many things.
And if I had gone to a child therapist, I probably would have at least avoided a shit ton of conversations about why do you blah 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 blah.
You know, that's well, you might be on the spectrum, as they say.
Autism spectrum?
You might be on the autistic spectrum with that.
Jess gets freaked out when you guys bring stuff up like that, because then she starts like actually thinking about the details, and then she's convinced that her husband's autistic.
Well, you might be in the spectrum. That doesn't mean you're not highly functioning.
And the spectrum's been widened.
Of course.
And I am. I mean,
you have a problem with texture.
Yeah, I do.
With foods.
Mm-hmm.
That has been said to be part of the spectrum of autism.
Dude, I was hanging out with Michael Cole from WWE, not to name drop, and Josh Matthews over on like Saturday.
I got to tell Kenny to leave. He can't wait any longer.
And
does he listen to this?
Yeah.
All right, Kenny, you can't wait any longer.
Take a hike, Kenny. And I had to. All they had at this place when we were in Brooklyn, and it was like a hipster place where they have to fancy up everything, which I hate. I like basic. And so I ordered the wings, just grilled wings.
Right.
And they were like in an olive paste, and they had all kinds of shit sprinkled on it and everything.
That sounds delicious, by the way.
Thank God that they were getting drunk and the place was dark, because I literally had one bite of one wing and sent back 11 3/4 wings.
Right.
And was able to get away with it. But I had to move stuff around and pick up wings and put them back down.
Oh, because you didn't want him to know you eat weird?
No, they know, because Josh listens to the show and he talks to Michael Cole about it.
Right.
But I just didn't want the questions. Oh, you're not going to eat it? You're not just no.
So you avoid the questions.
I don't like the questions because I don't want to.
I know. I brought it up to you very seriously a few times, and then I realized, you know what? I did all I can here.
Yeah, because
he seems like he's not missing out. So who am I to say that you're really missing out?
And I don't resent other people when they don't, cater to my needs.
You should talk to a therapist, though. I see it. You're reaching out a little bit.
I think if I
know when my friends are reaching out, and that means it's my job to say you might need a therapist.
I think if I spoke to a therapist, it would be years before we even got to food.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why?
I've got all kinds of stuff going on.
So when are you gonna fucking reveal that shit?
Well, I do. I mean,
gay?
Slowly but sure. I'm not gay, and I wouldn't go to a therapist if I was. What would you do if I came in here and I was like, Opie, I went to a therapist. I've been going for 6 months. You're right. I'm gay. I'm homosexual. That's the issue.
I'm going to point out my brilliance today.
Yeah.
My brilliance is to get some shit under the radar, but you're a little too aware for that. I notice when I get my shit under the radar, you're the only one laughing in the room.
I just chuckle over there because I listen to the words. I listen to what people are saying.
I get so much shit under the radar.
Just chuckle like
and I
you
mean
know
to
what
do it
you're
that
saying.
way, by the way.
It's funny.
It's a technique.
But I don't need to go to a therapist. This show has been very therapeutic for me because I've been much more open because of the show than when we were raised. We didn't talk to each other about anything.
I didn't believe in therapy for most of my life, obviously. I'll say this: I wish I went a lot earlier.
It helped you a lot. How long have you been going to therapy?
I'm not going at the moment, but going back soon.
Do you feel it when
off
you
and
stop
on for
going?
last? Try to remember. Probably off and on for 3 years, I would guess.
How often? Once a week? A few times a week?
Before my son was born, so yeah, off and on almost 3.5 years probably.
Wow. And about like once a week?
It was heavy for a while, once a week for like months.
Wow. How come you never really talked about it on the air? Until you were like, you've mentioned it here and there.
Everything comes up on the air eventually. There was no real reason to bring it up at first, I guess.
Was there a catalyst?
My mom reached out through my therapist. I decided to take the same therapist as my mom because she really knows the inner workings of her.
Oh, so you could
and
talk
she called
about
me
your
one
mom
day when I wasn't.
Understand.
She wasn't my therapist to say my mom was reaching out, wanted to talk about some things, and I knew that would be a dead end because the problem is that my mom, until she starts admitting that she fucking absolutely caused some shit to go down, there's no reason to talk about it.
Right.
But as I'm talking to the lady and explaining all this, I go, you know what? But I'll come in. I'll come in and talk to you.
You were at that moment. You were just like, "Fuck it."
Yeah, I just went fuck it. I changed my whole thought on therapy.
Because you used to even talk about that on
I
the
hated
air.
people that used to go to therapy.
Yeah.
Like, take care of your own fucking problems.
Yeah.
But it just gives you. It's just an opportunity to
Vent?
Yeah, to vent, which you
Mhm.
wouldn't do in your regular day-to-day life. But if you're sitting in that chair, you're like, oh, okay, the next hour or whatever, sometimes 2 hours, I'm going to work on me. And a lot of times, if you have a good therapist, why am I saying all this shit? Maybe
I'm
it's
asking.
helping someone out there. A lot of people go to therapy and they go, the person didn't give me nothing. They didn't say anything relevant. It's not about what they're going to say to you. It's about them directing you into your own mind and allowing you to really start thinking about shit and just vocalizing it. Half the time in my therapy sessions, I'm talking, she's kind of guiding me a little bit. And then I'll have these light bulb moments like, oh, fuck, that's why I do what I do.
That's what I was gonna say. So the aha moment comes when you say something yourself.
Yes!
Like you just got there on your own.
Of course. Well, you feel like it.
Yeah, but
a
she
good-
knows what she's
But
doing.
a good therapist will kind of lead you. Will lead the witness, as they say.
Like me just now.
Nah, you're not that good.
I'm getting there, though.
I could see right through you, Sam.
Wow.
You got a ways to go. I'm sorry.
I'm getting there, though.
You're getting there.
And a lot of people can't see through me.
You're getting there.
Have you? Do you?
Gay?
No, I'm not. Did you find out that you were gay? Was there ever a question? No, that's never been discussed. Do you think? What would you have been a different dad if you hadn't gone to therapy? Like, would you have been able to deal with your kids?
Now you're asking good questions.
That's what I want to know
I'm
because
very glad I went to therapy before I became a father. I don't think so, though.
you wouldn't have been an angry guy with your son. Because that's probably what you went to therapy for. I would assume a lot of the anger.
Yeah, and why I'm so angry.
Right.
But now I understand. And no, my whole life growing up, I realized if I was ever a father, I would do things very differently.
But that's because your dad was nice to you. Your dad was the nice guy.
He was ridiculous.
Right.
Full of love. So I'm lucky I had that, I guess, because then I was able to kind of figure out which way I wanted to go with the whole thing. So I don't think so, to be honest with you. But that's the fear is to, you have to have some kind of discipline. You can't just have them go willy-nilly because your parent was so strict.
Right. Yeah, I mean, my dad was super strict.
You got to be fully aware. So what does that mean for you and your kids?
I don't know.
Exactly. That's what every parent goes through.
Yeah.
I know how I was brought up. Was that good? Was that bad? What do I change?
Yeah,
I have people in my family that definitely are way less strict because of how my mom treated them. And I don't know
because
if that's
they
good
don't
or
want to
bad.
repeat it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, my dad, he was super strict with us, and at times, he made it seem like he didn't give, he didn't care. He just said, "Here are the rules, and I'm simply here as a disciplinarian." Now, looking back, I think that was a helpful thing because it made me a lot more blunt, and it made me be aware of consequences.
Right.
Whereas if he had been let his feelings show more, then I would have been I can get away with whatever I want.
Right.
And now I don't think I can.
I don't regret having a strict parent, by the way.
You don't?
No, it taught me discipline.
Although
it taught me a work ethic. I do have positive things that happened having a mom like I did.
But you wish she could have gone about things a little bit differently.
Oh my God, of course.
Maybe instead of being 100 strict, she could have been 78.
Yeah, you're probably right.
You know what I mean? You didn't have to be in fear.
I did hear what you said. I was just thinking about it. So your dad, there's a lot of dads. I can only talk because I'm a dad. I don't understand the mind of a mom yet. That don't want to be friends with their own kids. They just are there to teach you and
Right.
discipline you, and that's it. I absolutely don't want that for my kids.
Like with my dad, it wasn't like we're friends now, but it wasn't friendly growing up. It was more like he was there to make sure homework got done.
Right.
He was there to test us.
Right. All
He was there to
important stuff.
punish us.
All important.
He was there to, like.
But would he just let his guard down ever?
No, I don't remember him. I mean, he was never. There were times when he wasn't mean. Like
Right.
there were plenty of times when he was nice, but I don't remember him ever letting his guard down at all.
Yeah, I don't know if that's right.
Like he would punish you, and you'd be punished for 2 months, and you could be. I behaved myself for the entire 2 months, and a month and a half in, there wasn't a chance of him being like, "Yeah, you've been cool. Yeah, forget it."
I'm up to 25 years of punishment.
You've been punished for 25
Oh
years.
yeah. It still hasn't been let go.
Well, first of all, that would mean that you were punished at what age if you've been punished for 25 years?
18.
And what's that for a move? wait. Let me do some math here.
18.
Are you sure it's 18?
My
'Cause if I
punishment
carry the
on a lot of the
Right.
on a lot of the stuff I did as a child. Certainly, I'm up to about 25 years of punishment. People do less in prison for murder than I did for some of the dumb shit I did as a kid.
And what is that like? Are you still for what? Moving out of the house?
No, things are never let go with her.
She wouldn't let it go.
Nothing.
She's mad at stuff that you did when you're a child, like you're an adult.
Oh, absolutely.
And stuff that you did when you're not even developed as a human being.
Absolutely.
She's taking personally.
Oh, she'll continue to bring it up.
See, that is what, like, you can't just sit down and be like, how could you take personally what a child does to you?
Oh, yeah.
They're not developed human beings. You're responsible for developing them, Mom.
We had to have incredible responsibility as children.
But who was there to teach you the responsibility? The person who's mad at you for not having it?
We should have known better. As an 8, 9, 10-year-old, 12-year-old.
But the only
we should
way
have known better.
The only way you know better is if you're taught. It's not instinct.
We should have oh, she's teaching the whole way.
Morality is not instinctual.
No kidding.
But she thought it was.
Dude, I lived with a crazy person. What do you want from me?
And now you have zero tolerance for the mentally ill.
Maybe that comes across too much on the show.
It does seem like that. It seems like you and Jim specifically.
I have a soft spot for mentally ill people, but not if they don't take responsibility or have any self-awareness. That's where it drives me nuts. That whole me. When we look at those hoarders clips, it drives me insane.
Yeah.
Because these people refuse to acknowledge that their behavior affects the people around them. That's the part of it that drives me nuts.
Well, I think the problem, because I have mentally ill people in my family and Jess's family, close to Jess. And I think that
You being one?
No.
What?
Not me. Maybe that's what she's attracted to.
What happened?
Me being one is not true. I'm not
I
mentally
didn't see
ill.
that.
But
You hear voices?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Possibly. No, of course not. That's ridiculous. But what I think is that mentally ill people are not handled properly here. I don't know if they're handled elsewhere in the world. I don't know.
Well,
but I don't think they're diagnosed well. I think they're over-medicated or under-medicated. Like, doctors just shove pills.
I will give you good news, Sam. You're not fully educated on this subject. Sorry. It actually
Is that the good news?
No, the good news is that it absolutely has gotten better.
It's better.
We've gotten rid of funding and whatnot for mental illness, but it has gotten better. Like when my mom was going through her shit when I was a very young boy, the way they handled it was to either lock her up, which I don't necessarily think is wrong, because there's too many fucking crazies out there.
Yeah.
But they also gave her electric shock therapy.
Which is, that is worse than shoving pills.
Which they still do to this day, but they have figured out how that is not as invasive.
I don't understand. Does it work? Like, it seems
back in the day they thought so. Like, look at One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Yeah.
They were shocking the shit out of those fucking people.
Yeah.
That's how they did it.
Well, that's what I'm
They
saying.
would basically fry your fucking brain, and they're hoping, and while they fry your fucking brain, it'll knock down whatever tick, whatever fucking thing isn't turning on and off in your brain off.
That seems like hitting a TV to try to make it work. Like, without opening the back of it, just smacking the side of it.
That's pretty much how they did it. Yes.
And they're still doing that to some degree now?
No, well, now the electric shock therapy, because I'm trying to think. A few years back, they suggested that for my mom, and she absolutely refused because she remembers what they did. And they try to
Back then.
explain to her, look, it's way different. They you know, it's not as barbaric. But she refused to listen to them. She had her own experience. I don't think she's wrong thinking that, to be honest with you.
The whole concept seems barbaric. Just the idea that we're
It
gonna
used
like
to be way more barbaric. And
I would imagine.
And as far as the medications go, they have come a long way with that shit.
Yeah, but I mean, still, don't you think that there's an issue with over medication?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, that's the huge problem now.
I could go in right now and say I don't know, I have a hard time sleeping. I could have sleeping pills within 2 hours.
And they'll fuck you up.
Yeah, but you're right.
And they just hand them to you.
We're over medicating our whole
As long
society.
as you pay your copay. Is your mom? This is what I was going to ask you. Is you're talking about your mom and electrotherapy and stuff. Does she admit that she's mentally ill? Is she there?
When we back her into a corner is the only time she'll admit that.
But she will say, yes, I have a problem.
When we really got her backed into a corner, wow, there's no way out of this. You have to admit some shit right now.
Mm-hmm.
She'll go, you know I have a mental illness.
But day to day, when she's being a problem, she won't. And you're saying, this is your mental illness talking, I can't handle this. She won't accept that.
Oh, my God. Are you fucking kidding me?
She won't accept that.
Oh, God, no.
You've tried it.
We've tried everything. She's a lot tamer these days. She's a little older.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, I would imagine. But when did that happen? When she was able to, at least when she's cornered, admit that she has a mental illness? I would imagine that must have been later in life. It couldn't have been when you were younger.
I was 25 when she was finally diagnosed with a mental illness.
Oh, so that was a very long time ago.
Not so much.
Extremely. That was decades.
That was in the 90s.
It was in the what?
90s.
1990s?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
I hope you have some old calendars or something to check your timetables.
Bring in my SATs. I did really well in math. Don't fucking challenge me with that shit. Yeah. So
she admitted then. But that's so crazy, though, that she was able to,
She was diagnosed with, your mom has OCD.
Oh, okay.
Your mom, I don't know what other shit she has. I don't have that much of an interest to know, to be honest with you.
Do you think she's bipolar?
Probably.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it was brought on by her environment, unfortunately.
What was her environment?
Well, her mom was a complete cunt, and her father was a very irresponsible drunk.
Really?
And I think some shit went down in that house that my mom never got over. And I don't want to know, to be honest with you.
Does she ever tell you stories? You don't have to repeat any of them because she might.
So then my mom was brought up in that environment. She started out as an innocent soul. You've seen my kids. They're just fucking innocent beings right now. And then you feed them with all this shit. And hopefully you feed them with enough good shit.
That's what we were talking about having to do the job of raising your kids.
Well, my mom started out like any other innocent child, but with her environment, it caused some things, and then she brought it into.
So you don't think
her house with her kids?
You don't think it's wholly chemical? Some people just say it's a chemical imbalance that you're born with.
Well, they say there's some chemical imbalance there as well, but I don't know all the ins and outs of that shit and how that works. I have no idea.
Did she accept it?
But I absolutely believe her environment growing up had a lot to do with it.
Did she accept it when she was diagnosed?
Yeah.
She did.
For
She was
the
like,
most
okay.
part. But she still has an incredible tough time admitting any type of wrong.
Whew.
So then she, gives it to her kids, and then, without getting into it now, some of my siblings might be.
I was going to say that. Do you see it popping up?
It's watering down as the generations pass on. But
Do you ever see
it certainly continues. And I don't know what my mom's mom was all about. I have no idea.
Your great grandmother.
I have no idea. I don't even know her name. I don't even know my mom's first name. I have no idea.
You don't?
No.
My mom's name's Opal.
Opal?
Opal.
Opie and Opal.
Whatever you want to do is your game. I mean, that's cool.
Let's do this.
Do you ever see it in you?
So you have to break what do they call it? You got to break the cycle.
Do you see those traits pop up in you, and you have to be like, "Whoa, let me stop myself." Yeah.
Nah.
Never.
swear
You don't
to
even
God.
see it bubbling to the surface. Then you're like, "Oh, I can't. I know what's happening here. I got to stop that."
The stupid yelling that I used to do, and for the most part, I stopped doing that. That was a direct result of my mom yelling and screaming our entire lives. I know that now.
Was that through therapy?
And when you yell and scream like a lunatic, no one takes you seriously.
Of course not.
Unfortunately, I only learned that, I don't know, like 4 or 5 years ago, unfortunately. Because it hurt me in my career, absolutely. Because I had a lot of fucking points to be made, but it was the way I made them that people were like, you're an asshole. Instead of like, no, all right. No, but listen to what I'm saying as I scream. I'm making good points. That's so stupid.
Yeah, but
no one's
they're not
going to
gonna
listen to you
listen.
scream ever.
No.
So if you want to, get your points across in an argument, you got to actually tone it down.
Yeah, like, here, listen. Do you gonna get your mom a gift for Christmas?
Yeah, I do the bare minimum.
You don't have a lot of time left.
Oh, I'm not. You know what?
You know that, right?
I thought we were sharing here.
We are, but we got to pay the bills while we share. I mean, they're not letting
You
me.
don't pull that shit with me.
They're not letting us share for free, Opster.
You're not gonna see any of that stuff on Opie Radio on Twitter.
You
You're not gonna see that shit.
see, I pick up on stuff like that. I know what you just did just now.
I just tested clips out of Kenny and he failed.
What?
I said, Kenny, you can leave.
Mm-hmm.
He writes, okay, goodbye.
What?
That would have. Shouldn't he wrote back? Well, I appreciate it, GH, but I'm gonna stick it out.
I'm a soldier. No, he's like, all right, heading home.
See you later.
See you. Well, now he's not on your gift list anymore.
I take care of Kenny.
You know where you can go to take care of the woman in your life, don't you?
My mom. Thank you for today. My mom suffers mental illness since my brother was killed by firearm. Ouch.
Wow.
Sorry to hear that. Your words, delivery, it all helps people.
See? Sometimes people want to see the
Yeah, I figured I'd.
kinder, softer side.
I was kind of embarrassed by that part of my life, to be honest with you.
No.
Because everyone wants to kind of come across where they don't want to like show their vulnerability or their weakness. And I certainly followed that path for a really long time. And then I realized, man, when you start really opening up and looking around, you realize everyone's dealing with the same shit.
And you got to know
My shit's no different than anyone else's. It's just packaged differently.
And you got to know, as a radio host, that people want somebody they can relate to. They don't want somebody who's invincible.
Of course.
Speaking of invincible, you know what's going to make you invincible this Christmas, don't you, Opie?
Could you maybe tweet me at Opie Radio, and so I don't have to wait around for this?
Well, it's getting the lady in your life a great gift.
You know, when I come on your show and plug my Twitter, I get like 5 fucking followers. What kind of juice do you actually
The
have?
fact that you get that is a credit to me.
If I went
your
on Joe
name
Rogan's
is
podcast and said, "Hey, Opie Radio on Twitter," it'd be 1,000 easy.
Yeah, but guess what?
On your show, 5.
Your name is in the title of my show.
What?
The show is called After Opie and Anthony Live. The fact that you get any followers from this show is a credit to me. That means
you
there
can't
are
play it
people.
both ways. You decided to make this hour your hour.
That's right.
So I'm on your show, not my show.
The fact that you get 5 followers from this show means there are people who listen to this. No, it means there are people who listen to the after show that don't listen to your show. And that's a credit to me. Pat on the back to Sam Roberts. Speaking of pats on the back, Steven Singer is the guy you got to go to, Opie. You know that. Why? Because if you order from Steven Singer right now, you'll still receive the item before Christmas with free shipping. That's right, Opie. Free shipping. It's guaranteed to arrive in time, and you can't beat it. Why wouldn't you do this? Why would you go anywhere else? Steven has the best gifts for the holidays with free shipping and a 90-day no-hassle money-back guarantee. You don't even have to move to check it out. Opie goes to the website all the time. You go to IHateStevenSinger.com and see his great collections. Don't forget about Steven Singer's Super Silver Argentium with
I'm suing
diamonds.
you.
Why?
I don't go to his website.
You do.
Ever.
Sometimes you call him, too. How about the love necklace? It makes a great gift at only $129.
I saw the love necklace. It looks really nice, but I
Beautiful.
don't go to his website.
Steven Singer's Super Silver
Why would
Argentium.
you lie?
It's not only beautiful.
I think it's defamation. I'm going to have to look it up with my lawyer.
It's whiter and brighter than platinum. Don't white gold and traditional sterling silver. Don't talk to the lawyer. What'd you say?
Then don't make up lies.
You know that
I love litigating.
it's fast and free shipping. Oh. You don't go to the website. You must go to the other corner of 8th and Walnut in Philly. You go to his store in person.
I have been there.
You call him
Fair
up
enough, I've been
sometime.
there.
You
Not
call
that
him.
number though. I got the secret numbers.
You don't call 1-888-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER?
Wait, let me check.
Check. I'll bet it's 1-888-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER. Either that
Let me check. Hold on a minute.
or it's simply the website online at IHateStevenSinger.com.
Actually, Steven Singer. Actually, the number is...
Give it out. Let the people know if they want to get the straight shooting from the man himself.
Too scared to give it out.
No.
He's our only sponsor.
Well, yeah, you don't want to give it out. Well, he's your only sponsor. He's not my only sponsor.
If I had 2 sponsors, I would blow up his spot in a second.
You know what's funny?
Huh.
You're talking about me making this my own show?
Yeah.
I'm not going to talk about him right now. I'm going to wait a few minutes. I picked up a sponsor that you guys don't have.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah.
For what?
It's for TSS Radio.
What's TSS Radio?
It's a satellite radio's online store. It's awesome.
So why don't we talk about them?
They don't want you. They want the after show.
Holy
and Eric, you make sure Rob fucking Cross knows that too.
Are you that much cheaper?
I'm not cheaper. I'm more expensive at this
that
point.
means you're cheaper.
I'm getting you more followers. I'm getting more sponsors.
Let's see if you got me more followers.
Opie Radio on Twitter. Everybody follow him. It's not, as a matter of fact, I want everybody to unfollow Opie Radio and then follow him again so he sees the numbers.
That's trickery.
That's right, it's trickery. I know every loophole in this business.
Yeah, not one follower.
Well, they're already following you. You know what? Follow me. There are people listening to this that don't follow me. Not Sam.
Not one follower, Sam.
I
got one.
I put up a terrific, as Opie would say, a terrific Mick Foley interview on YouTube this weekend.
Do I say terrific wrong?
YouTube/not Sam. No, but when you use it sarcastically a lot, I think it's funny. You go, that's terrific.
Oh.
You say the word terrific a lot. It's funny.
I don't speak well.
You made a broadcasting career out of it, didn't you?
How many people have I tricked?
You're a credit to the industry.
I love how people like to point that out. No shit, Sherlock.
Yeah.
I'm amazed that I got by for all these years.
Everybody points out everything you say wrong, and you go, guess what? I do this for a living.
I might be dyslexic. I'm not even sure. So no shit. At times I get shit wrong.
Yeah, well. All right, Opie, we'll have a great day. Thank you for sharing with us today on the after show. That's what this is all about. He's exiting the studio.
You look at my...
What did you say?
You were looking at my ass.
No, I was looking at how your jeans fit.
No, you were looking at my ass because I could see the reflection.
No, I'm just looking at how your jeans fit.
Fucking weirdo.
I got to talk to a therapist about this. I don't know. Have a great day. Okay, thank you for stopping by. Troy's talking to him now. He's probably complimenting on his jeans or something. Let me tell you about this. There's a thing about Christmas. Everybody needs a last-minute gift because it's almost here. You know, we're only 8 days away. A week and a day. A week from tomorrow is Christmas, and everybody's looking for a last-minute, unique gift for friends or family. Look no further than the Orb Music Player. What is the Orb Music Player? It's this little device that plugs into any speaker, any stereo system, and it transforms it into a portable SiriusXM internet player that's controlled by your smartphone or iPad. You just connect the Orb to the speaker, download the software, the little app or whatever, and you're all set. It's so easy. It really is. They sent me a couple of them, and I tried one of them, and the guys around here have been using it. They're awesome. The Orb is one of many unique SiriusXM accessories sold at TSS Radio. They offer all of the radios, parts, and accessories you need, and the friendly, United States-based staff to help you find what you are looking for. Whether it's a gift for the holidays or you simply need to upgrade your satellite radio, TSSradio.com is your source for everything SiriusXM. Take advantage with special deals going on radios like the new SiriusXM Lynx Portable or the Sirius StarMate 8, or get a kit to listen to SiriusXM in your car, just like a factory setup. You know what I mean? A lot of people, they get their cars, they don't have SiriusXM pre-installed. They can hook you up at TSS Radio. Go to TSSradio.com or call 312-846-6606. That's TSSradio.com or call them at 312-846-6606. E-Rock, I need you to guarantee me that motherfucker Rob Cross is aware that I have a sponsor that Opie and Anthony does not. Is he aware?
I don't think so. They don't listen.
God damn it, E-Rock, will you tell him?
I'll tell them, but, it falls on deaf ears.
He's deaf, too?
No, they just pretend.
Oh, I see. I didn't know what you were saying at first. Listen, Ron and
That's
Fez...
funny, deaf, too.
You understand what I was saying. Ron and Fez... I didn't mean that, Rob.
Took a second, but that's funny.
E-Rock took me out of context on that one. That's not what I was saying at all. Pepper knows that. Ron and Fez are coming up next, featuring Pepper Hicks. Stay tuned for that, and we'll be back with more of this tomorrow. Goodbye, everybody.
The Opie and Anthony Show is now over. For real this time.